Good evening. It's May 26, 2024. We're just a hair past 7 p.m. Appreciate you all joining us for the meeting of the Hendersonville Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting tonight. Fortunately, we have PAC 1322 from Station Camp that is going to lead us in our pledge. Right after that, we're going to go into a prayer, and that's going to be provided by Father Jeff Jones. He is a priest at Holy Family Anglican Church, and he's also chief of chaplains for our police department. So, PAC 1322, will you lead us in the pledge, please? Go ahead, guys.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I appreciate that. And please remain standing. Again, this is Father Jeff Jones.
Let us pray. Gracious God, bless us as we gather tonight for this meeting. Guide our minds and hearts so that we will work for the good of our community. Let us be generous in our outlook, courageous in the face of difficulty, and wise in our decisions. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, amen.
Thank you. That's Father Jones from Holy Family Anglican Church. Appreciate that you all very much. So, I'm going to entertain a motion that we accept the agenda. Thank you, guys. Y'all are finished. Appreciate it, guys. Great job. Who made the motion? Alderman Bergdorf, second from Alderman Goodwin. Alderman Collins.
I would like to move to take from the table the Resolution 2024-08. The reason being that I feel like the EcoPort group of companies has invested quite a bit already, and we need to give them a yes or a no instead of a maybe. And just, I think that it's good for our reputation with business and our relationships with people if we answer the question one way or another.
And I second the motion to bring the matter back up off of the table.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to remove a motion from the table. And what that motion was to renew the discussion, the consideration of Resolution 2024-08. So if this motion passes, then we will take up the motion to renew and consider placing this on our agenda tonight. Any other discussion on this motion to take this from the table? Jason, you ready for us? Okay. Anybody need any explanation? Yes. Okay. So a vote of yes, we will then take up the discussion to add that item to the agenda. A vote of no, we won't take up the discussion to add that item to the agenda. Okay, now we're good. If you would like to take it from the table and consider the discussion, press the green button. If you want to leave it on the table and not discuss it, press the red button. Alderman Bergdorf. Oh, we're all looking at you now. Okay, that passes a vote of 11-2, with Alderman Martin and Sassy voting against, the rest of us voting in favor. So it passes with majority. Alderman Collins, would you like to make a motion to renew?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to renew.
Okay. I don't remember who seconded it a couple weeks ago. Was it? Okay. And you're agreeable to that? Yeah. Okay. So, Alderman Collins has asked that we I can't use the word reconsider, that we discuss and consider Resolution 2024-08. Where would you like to do that on the agenda, Alderman Collins?
Wherever the mayor would like to put it.
Oh, don't do that to me.
Just at the number.
I'm fine with
I guess under number 8, under Roman numeral 8, and make it number 7.
Okay.
Is that reasonable?
Sure, I feel like that's reasonable. Alderman Skidmore, you okay with that? So it will be under ordinance and resolutions, it will be item 7.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Alderman Goodwin.
Do you want to move it up? There's a lot of people here for that.
Oh, for that? I thought they were with the Boy Scouts. Yes, of course.
Okay.
If that's what everybody's here for, we should do that.
Alderman
sooner.
Skidmore?
Yeah, that's the
Where?
Um,
You gonna do it before item 1?
yes.
Okay, okay, so that will be, you are asking us to discuss and consider Resolution 2024-08 as the first item under ordinances and resolutions.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. That's the motion to renew. This just needs a majority vote. Any other discussion on this? Alderman Robertson.
A question for our city attorney. I want to make sure that we are following proper procedures, that we don't get mixed up. So we've not noticed the applicant that we're going to do this. Was there a requirement that we notify them, or can we just act on our own volition here?
I believe this is appropriate because it's taking it off the table, and it was listed as an agenda item just for those purposes.
Thank you.
To be cautious.
Any other discussion? So right now, we are voting to add Resolution 2024-08 as the first item under ordinance and resolutions. If you vote yes, we will consider this item when we get to ordinance and resolutions. If you vote no, we will not consider it. Any other discussion? All those in favor, press the green button. Those opposed, press the red one. Oh, not yet. I forgot to look back where I was supposed to look. Okay, now we're good. That passes 11-2 with Alderman Bergdorf and Alderman Martin voting against, the rest of us voting in favor. So at this point, we have one change to the agenda that was provided to you. We do have a motion, a second on the agenda originally, right?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion, any other motions on the agenda? We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor of accepting the agenda as it's been amended, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. We're under presentations. Andy. You're good to go.
I'm going to give these folks some time to come up here. I want to thank the mayor for allowing us to recognize some of the backbone of our park system and our city, actually. As you all are well aware, we have spent a significant amount of time, the better part of 3 years, completing a grant project with the state to install lights, make ADA parking improvements, install a turf soccer field, install lights at the rugby complex. Along with that, you have seen other projects along the way. Just opening a rugby restrooms, opening a complex out there that's now going to be used 3 to 4 days a week by flag football. You've seen improvements in other areas of the park. These folks represent some of the civic groups and are non-paid volunteers who invest back in our parks and invest in our youth. And we wanted to just bring them up and let you all kind of put names to faces and recognize these clubs for some of the contributions they've made. If you'll indulge me for just a second, we have Katie Daughtry here from the Hendersonville Soccer Club. Just to give you an example, they have assisted us with the renovation of restrooms and addition of shade structures at Drakes Creek Park Soccer, along with every year helping us take care of the grass back there in a turf care program that's between them and Tennessee United saves the city around $16,000 a year just in taking care of the grass. Jonathan Whalen, Alex Gabbers from Tennessee United. Well, I don't know where everybody is, but they're here somewhere. They've donated funds that we actually put in the bank today to help pay for the turf soccer field. They participate in the turf care program. They routinely bring meals to our maintenance staff at the park. They've helped us buy T-shirts and hats for our guys down there. They're currently also, as you are well aware, working to find a location for perhaps a major project in the city that would benefit a lot of kids and a lot of people in big ways. They also, twice a year, bring in a huge tournament that boosts our sales tax and our hotel tax. The third weekend of April, if you want something fun to come watch the Tennessee United Soccer Tournament at the park. Greg Mitchell here from Hendersonville Lacrosse. One of the first people I met with when I became the parks director was the lacrosse folks, and I basically said, what do y'all need? And they said, we need lights real bad. And I said, well, you better help us raise money for it. And they did that, and we got them lights at Memorial Park. And
I think I sent you all an email. They're off to the best start that they've ever been to as a club, and we all know that it's because they have lights. So the lacrosse folks are small in number, but they've been great to work with, and we appreciate them. Brian Silkwood is up here with us from the Sumner County Rugby. I think you all are well aware of the contributions that his group made to build a complex. I mean, when I tell people that throughout the state, they are amazed that, like, how'd you get that rugby field? Well, we didn't even build it. Like, other people built it for us, and we just now mow the grass. There's a lot more to it than that. But Brian and his group, when you count labor and cash and everything, between $300,000 to $500,000 probably that they invested in our park system to build that complex. Also contribute annually towards any project that needs to go out there. Their group has come through for us, and we really appreciate that. Last but not least, I say Brian Whitaker for last because they basically run every other sport in the city that I haven't mentioned already. Between football, tackle football, flag football, baseball, softball, basketball, cheerleading, the Hendersonville Civitan Club does all of that and more. They have invested well over $100,000 to $200,000 in the last 5 to 10 years in our park system, whether it be in buying equipment that we use, renovating facilities, whether it be infields or concession stands. One of the things they do that they don't even talk about ever is they sponsor our special needs breakfast with Santa and other programs that Miss Hamlin runs, and don't even bat an eye at it. They just say, "What do you need? Tell us." All these people are important. We wouldn't have the LPRF grant with the state without these people and their help. We wouldn't have the programs that we have without them. So I want you all to know what they've done on a greater level. I know you probably get tired of me sending emails all the time telling you how great other people are, but I wanted to bring them here tonight, and I appreciate the mayor letting us do that. So thank you all for what you do, and we really appreciate it as a city.
Appreciate it very much. So where are Kathy and Jimmy? There they are. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor and Aldermen. It's good to be here tonight. It's springtime, and beautiful Hendersonville has been very busy with some springtime projects, some of our bigger projects. March is Litter Awareness Month, and in honor of that, we have been going into the elementary schools and again speaking with third graders about litter, about what it is and what it does, and how they can prevent it and how they can help clean it up. And so in one of the inserts that we gave them was the invitation for the sign-up for our community cleanup day, which will be April the 6th. It would have been in March, but because of the Easter holiday and spring break falling when it did, we did move that out to the first weekend in April. Beautiful Hendersonville will be sponsoring that along with the Sumner Health Committee. And we have a new sign-in location. It will be behind, thank you guys there. This was when we went into the schools here previous last year when we were at Burris. We spoke to about 2,000 students last year. And we spoke to, well, there were 54 today at Lakeside, and we had 100 yesterday at Nanny Berry. We'll have 250 tomorrow that we will go in and speak to. So the kids are so receptive, and I know they're going to go home and tell their parents about littering. So that's what we're doing. And then the cleanup for April the 6th, as I said, we have moved that to a new sign-in location, which will be the pavilion behind City Hall, because that day is the handmade market, so that will be out in front of City Hall. So we will be behind there. We'll have one of the big blow-up wavy men on Main Street indicating where you will park behind City Hall. So we're really looking forward to doing that, and we just appreciate being able to do that. We've got a little over 100 volunteers right now, but I hope that we'll see a whole lot more and see a lot of you guys there. And then one of my favorite things that we do is our Neighborhood Beautification Award, and that is starting up now. Things are in bloom, and it doesn't just have to be for a landscaping project. It could be a cleanup or a maintenance, a major remodel, but we do love being able to recognize our neighbors for doing good, and so that's what this award is really all about. You can nominate your neighbor in your ward or in another ward, but you can send that in to beautiful@hvilletn.org. And so I hope to see you the end of April to announce those winners. And that's all.
Thank you, Kathy. Hey, Jason, for a
Thank
second,
you.
can you put that QR code back up? Thank
you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you for all you do. Appreciate that. I need a couple people to join me. One is Gary Forsyth, who's a former alderman here, who has known Mickey Miller longer than most of us have, and that's because he helped bring Mickey Miller to Hendersonville. So, former Alderman Gary Forsyth. I need Father Jones to join me because he's going to say a special prayer in just a minute, and I need Chief Miller to join me. So, 2 weeks ago, Chief Miller sat in a Public Safety Committee meeting, and he said, "This will be my last Public Safety Committee." A week ago, he sat in a staff meeting, he said, "This will be my last staff meeting." Today is his last board meeting. Let me read something. Whereas Chief Mickey Miller will be retiring after spending 47 years in law enforcement, and whereas Chief Miller came to Hendersonville in 2010 after retiring from Metro Nashville Police Department, and will be retiring after 14 years with the Hendersonville Police Department. And whereas Chief Miller has had numerous accomplishments while at HPD, most notably making community engagement a priority, instituting the position of community coordinator, creating flex teams, revitalizing the traffic division, and taking over codes enforcement. And during Chief Miller's tenure, along with the increase in population for the city, the police department has grown to 138 commissioned officers and earned Hendersonville the distinction of being the third safest city in Tennessee. There's a little bit more to read, but I'm going to save that. I'm going to ask Father Jones to speak a little bit.
Mickey, as a police chief, you've been part of the adventures, the comedies, and the tragedies of others. You have gone to work every day with the feeling that anything could happen, and you could be in the middle of it, making a difference. You are part of the brotherhood that spans hundreds of years. Whether you realize it or not, your life as an officer and a chief has been a ministry. You've answered God's call on your life, which is a blessing to you and all those you have encountered through the years. Their personal stories have been the heart and soul of your ministry, and they become part of you. One day you will see the ripple effect of your hard work and dedication and hear your master's voice. "Well done, my good and faithful servant." Let us pray. Lord, we pray that this may be a wonderful new beginning for Mickey. Help him be obedient to the Holy Spirit and seize every opportunity that arises. Bless him and guide him to explore the skills and gifts that you have given him so that they may glorify your name. We pray it in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Jim.
You want to say anything?
No, thank you.
Okay. Now, therefore, go ahead. Oh, please. Yep.
I wasn't responsible for bringing Mickey here, but I'll take full credit for that because he's done a great job. Thank you.
Now, therefore, I, Jamie Clary, Mayor of the City of Hendersonville, Tennessee, do proclaim our gratitude and appreciation to Mickey Miller and urge all citizens of Hendersonville to join us in honoring him for his hard work and dedication to protecting and serving all the residents of the community. As I have said many times to many police officers, I will say this to you. Thank you for protecting me, my family, and my city.
I'd just like to say thank you, Mr. Mayor, Jesse, aldermen, both past and present. We've enjoyed the greatest support from the board and from the administration. I want to thank the police officers that work here. I don't know if you know it, but we've got the best police department in the United States of America. And I've never worked with a greater group of people than been very fortunate to have worked with them for the last 14 years. I want to thank my family, who over the 47 years has seen me get called out in the middle of the night or during Christmas or Thanksgiving or whatever. And I want to thank mostly the people of Hendersonville. We are so fortunate here because the people of Hendersonville have supported this police department greater than I've seen any other jurisdiction enjoy the support that we have from the people of Hendersonville. And so I just want to say thank you again, and so long.
Chief Miller, thank you. Next on our agenda is a public hearing on Ordinance 2024-03. This is to hear comments and requests by Talbot Real Estate Holdings, LLC, to rezone 6.59 acres from industrial to general commercial plan development and to make an amendment to the general framework map of the Hendersonville Land Use and Transportation Plan to change the character area designation of the property from employment center to suburban center. The only person, I'm sorry, we have a couple people signed up. And the first one is Clark Flatt of Volunteer Drive.
Most of y'all think I'm very excited because I got here at 6:15, but it was a little bit wrong on this one. I'm not here to speak against this. I'm president of the Jason Foundation. We are on 18 Volunteer Drive. We're proud to call Hendersonville our home. Back in 2007, we had a board that got out of control and wanted to move us to Nashville. So instead of moving to Nashville, we built our corporate office here. And so solidified that. We are on 18 Volunteer Drive. You can come visit us, and when you leave, you get a free cat or dog from next door. I wanted to speak not in opposition to this, but to have some concern. What we've seen there, we've invested almost $2 million in that area. We're concerned about the water. When you change this, I've looked at the plan of what's coming or what they're wanting to come. I'm not against that. I'm great for sports and things. But the water come off of that much land. Our back property line is about 35% of that total back. Right now, when it rains good, I was taught once about it wasn't flooding in that area, about our historic dry creek. That was less than 10 feet from our back of our corner of our office, and I was standing there in ankle-deep water. With that type of watershed coming from almost 6 acres, that's going to be very, very hard for that water area to carry. So what I'm asking you as a board to do is you look about rezoning and growth. I'm all for that. It's got to have it there. But have some concern there for the people that are there. Right now, if that water comes in too much more without having some really constructive areas on that, we're going to have a bad problem. Right now, we're taking water in our retention pond from properties up the street that it cannot handle when it comes in. My last comment is traffic. If you want to talk about traffic on New Shackle Island Road, try to get out of Volunteer Drive between 3 and 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It is almost impossible to get out there, especially if you're wanting to turn left. You can forget it. But so all I'm asking, and I'm coming representing the foundation here, is to be considerate of those people already there when you rezone. Growth is great. We got to have it. I love Hendersonville. That's why we built our corporate office here. But we need to be able to make sure that that doesn't make the situation tougher on people who have invested in Hendersonville, who have invested in jobs here, and to make sure that any zoning we have in the back of our mind, how that's going to affect the properties there. So it's really not here in opposition, just to ask you to have concern as you move forward on this type of planning. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Next, we have Robert Josefiak of Coal Drive. Did I come close? That's you. I think I came close to pronouncing it correctly.
Hey, my name is Robert Josefiak. I live on Coal Drive. And I'd like to make a comment and a request. First comment is I'd like to see Savely Street that runs between Old Shackle and New Shackle have a yellow line painted down it, because first of all, it's only got about, I think there's only about three street lamps on the whole street. And it's a snaky, curvy road, and at night, and especially when it rains, it's very difficult to navigate. So if we could get a yellow line painted down that street, I would appreciate it, and I think a lot of other people would appreciate it too. The other comment I'd like to make is I'm wondering when the construction is going to begin on the straightening out of Old Shackle and Walton Ferry Road. And the funding for it has already been financed, and I've got proof of that right here. Excuse the messed paper here, but federal funding approved for 2 major road projects, and this is dated August 17th, 2001. So I'm just wondering when they're going to start on that. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Josefiak. Ray Moore, Center Point Road. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. Yeah.
Sorry, I got it.
I said thank you. We'll get back to you, okay? I said thank you. We'll get back to you. I wrote down both items. Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm Ray Moore. I live at 2101 Center Point Road, which is not in the city, but we do own property in the city, pay a lot of taxes here. But anyway, I'm a member of and a trustee for the Lakeview Church of Christ, adjoining the property for the Football 5 project. And when we appeared at the zoning commission meeting about it, and as we heard things, addressed some things. I say there will not be sound system for this project. That's good to hear. Nor lighting at the moment, but these promises we hear have kind of changed. Questions were asked then about plans, like for instance, trees. How much they're going to take down most of the trees? And we didn't really get an answer. All we heard was, oh, we're going to pay into your tree fund, or tree replacement fund, but no answer to how much damage or how many trees. The water that Mr. Clark talking about, that whole area back there, lots of it's been underwater before. We're kind of concerned with that. If you're going to fill it in to make a soccer field level above it, which will push more water downstream, or it's going to have a underwater soccer field, I don't know. There's a lot of grade different problem there to level out. I still don't know what all that real plan really is, but basically, I think it's one thing, it's just not a good place for that. That zone's industrial there for a reason. I think this project could do better somewhere else. I'm not against the project, but that doesn't look like the place for it. In my opinion, it's not big enough. The parking they talked about before was 250 spaces, but I see a lot of that looks like it could be made to go away to other requirements, and for room to turn around fire trucks and things. There's just an awful lot of stuff to put on that 6-acre tract. With the outdoor soccer field can be divided into 3 fields and have 6 teams on there at one time, plus the indoor, so you have a lot of teams playing, and all their support staff or family. There's going to be a lot of cars in there. And again, the traffic. I was out over there this afternoon trying to get out of the NSI Center. It took a long time. With no place for a traffic light there, really. The dead-end streets on each side, that's not likely to happen on the state highway. It shouldn't anyway. I just feel like they need to look for a better place. I'm not against soccer. I don't know anything about soccer, but I feel like that, like I say, there are too many things that have been brought up that just doesn't seem like the right place for it. I hope they can find a spot, but I'd like to see it where they have access, traffic lights where they can get people in and out on better roads that can handle more traffic, although there's not one. But traffic is terrible here, but and getting worse. But it's just, I would wish you would look into some other location and maybe move it somewhere that would cause a lot less trouble. I wish I had more I wanted to say, but I can't think of it, so I'm going to sit down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Appreciate that. Karen Moore, Center Point Road.
I feel like I need to stand on tiptoe. I'm Karen Moore, 2101 Center Point Road, married to Ray, also a member of Lakeview Church of Christ. My main concerns are the traffic, which I know a lot of us, where we are, we go up and down New Shackle Island quite a bit. Lakeview is there and a lot of other places. Even now, it's hard to get where you're going on New Shackle sometimes. If you're going to add in, like he said, 6 or 8 soccer teams trying to get in and out of a small road onto New Shackle Island, I mean, you already see what happens at the park on Indian Lake Road when they let out, how hard that is. Well, we're going to add it somewhere else and everything. And to keep it short and sweet, I keep going back to my parents lived on Clearview Circle in Hendersonville before the parks were there. And they were told things that would happen when those parks came in that did not happen. And that's one of the reasons my parents left Hendersonville, because the park behind them disturbed the subdivision so much that they were told would not happen, and it did. And that is one of my major concerns. The traffic, the space, the small road, and the people around it. Thank you.
Ms. Moore, thank you. Next on our agenda is the minutes from March 12th, 2024. We have a motion from Alderman Waters and a second from Alderman Garza. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the minutes that were provided for you from March 12th, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Now we're on to citizen comments. Speakers must identify themselves by name and address. Public comment shall be limited to 5 minutes per person, which time is not transferable to other speakers. All comments are to be directed to the presiding officer, not to aldermen, city staff, or other members of the public. Comments must address issues, not individuals or personalities. Personal attacks shall not be tolerated. Comments may support or oppose particular issues or measures, but the motives of those with differing views shall not be questioned or attacked. Malicious comments will not be allowed. Speeches for or against particular candidates running for public office shall not be allowed. Sarah, thank you for working your way up to the front. Sarah Hilton of Cages Bend.
Hi, my name's Sarah Hilton. I live at 2317 Cages Bend in Gallatin/Hendersonville. So I'm here to talk about the paramedic pay on the agenda. And just want to share a little story, a little personal story that kind of impacts like why it's important to pay these emergency response people what they should be getting. When I was 10 years old, back in 1990, my father had a massive stroke that my sister and I watched. Drop Dead Fred was playing on the TV, and he went down on the floor, and my mom was like, "Get up, Gino, like, you don't have to watch the movie." We watched him from foam from the mouth, seize, and everything. Before 911, we called whatever the number was, and we got emergency responders there really fast. And because of that, he lived for 23 more years. After having a massive stroke in 1990, that's a big deal. So right now, where I'm at on the peninsula, or at the top of the peninsula, we already have a really slow response time for emergency responders to get out there. So I know that that's a whole nother issue, but just knowing that we can keep people and pay them what they should be, what they're worth, so that no other little girl has to watch her parent or loved one go through that. And maybe if it would have taken them longer to respond, or if there wouldn't have been enough personnel and so forth, things would have been different for my family. So I am for the extra pay that's on the agenda, and just keep that little story and why it's important for all of our emergency responders to get what they're worth. Thank you.
Sarah, thank you. We don't have anything on the consent agenda. Now we're on to ordinance and resolutions, and we added an item to our agenda, and that's Resolution 2024-08. I need a motion. We have a motion from Alderman Dixon. A second from Alderman Collins. I don't remember who the sponsors were on this. Lee, Peterson and Martin? Okay. Do y'all want to speak on it? Go ahead. There we go.
I think Goodwin was a sponsor.
Okay. Okay. Do we want to discuss? Do we want to ask questions of the applicant? What do you want to do? Alderman Collins.
I would like to ask a question of Keith Free, I think is the right person to ask this to. I'm wondering there was a lot of discussion last meeting, or maybe the one before that, about how this would move through planning. Why isn't it going to planning first? Can you tell us what the process for this to go through planning is? Should we vote yes or should we vote no? I mean, in either situation, how does this go through planning?
Yes, either situation, if it went through planning with the support of BOMA or just they wanted to do it on their own, then there's just a couple of different things. They would need to request, there isn't a use category for what they're wanting to do, so they would have to, one, request a text amendment, and then also they could at the same time request to do a plan development, to industrial plan development that outlined that particular use, and then that would go to the Planning Commission, follow the route just like it would for a text amendment or a plan development. It'd go to the Planning Commission and have a public hearing. Then the Planning Commission would make a recommendation on the text change for the new definition of the use, and then also for the proposed rezoning slash industrial plan development, and then that would come before BOMA. And then just like the football thing that's on tonight, there would be first reading, and if it passed first reading, then it would go to second reading where there would be a public hearing, and that would be the process that it would follow.
And that doesn't change if we vote yes or if we vote no on the resolution?
No. The
It's
process
same
would still be the same.
Thank you.
That's correct. Thank you.
Alderman Collins, thank you. Alderman Dixon.
Keith, stay there.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
or maybe the mayor as well. So, this developer can actually take it through planning without our recommendation, right?
Yes, they could.
So we've gotten some mail this week from folks saying, sorry to hear that BOMA is putting this through planning. We have not done that.
Right.
So I just wanted to make that clear that no move up here has made that happen.
Right.
But they have the right to go through planning,
That's
just
correct.
like any other development.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
It'd
you,
be-
Alderman Dixon. You bring up a good point. So Keith, sort of what, I guess sort of the hang up about this is a text amendment. Planning Commission can't make that. We'd have to make that.
That's correct.
And the text amendment will be required for them to go forward. And so that's why we're sort of doing this process. Is that a good way to explain it?
I think really what might be the better way to kind of explain it is you have that basic process that I just explained, but in this particular project, it is a pretty significant project, and there's some differences between maybe Anderson Park or Forest Park or any of the different kind of planned developments that we've had, and then I think probably from the applicant, they're wanting to test the waters for BOMA, which BOMA will eventually, the Planning Commission will only make a recommendation. So that text change and then that accompanying request for a planned development rezoning, it all ends back at BOMA to begin with. And then there were different things on there on things that the applicant was proposing for different things that a potential agreement with BOMA on some thoughts of tentative ideas of what the agreements, could be. All that could be done through the process, just going through planning. The Planning Commission would be limited on, they really couldn't do any negotiation on some of those different items that the applicant has discussed with BOMA, that would have to be something that BOMA would have to do.
Thank you, Keith. Alderman Dixon, thank you. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any other discussion, any other questions? So Jason, can you pull this up for us? I'm sorry. Okay, so a yes would be approval of resolution 2024-08, and a no would be denying resolution 2024-08.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Alderman Bergdorf.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Now, this has come up before the board third time?
Technically only the second, because it was tabled last time.
But I've heard about it 3 times on this board, correct? Okay. Technically, otherwise.
This is only the second time we'll vote on this, on the actual resolution. Yeah.
So, gauge, the applicant brought it before the board to gauge interest, correct?
Correct.
Is that correct? But the applicant still feels like there's interest. Is that correct? Because we brought it up, we've heard about it 3 times, we've discussed it. And so we're going to vote on it again. Is that correct? To approve consideration?
No,
Can
this is voting on the resolution. This isn't on the motion to renew. This is voting on consider. This is voting on the resolution. You're
Okay,
exactly
can you
right.
read that resolution one more time, please?
Yeah, here we go. Okay. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Mayor and Aldermen of the City of Hendersonville, Tennessee, that it is the desire of the city for the users in the city to proceed, they're the users, to undertake further steps in the pursuit of the subject solid waste transfer facility, including upon such negotiated terms and path forward as may be agreeable by the parties.
Okay, so we're voting to approve a solid waste transfer station at Center Point Road.
I'm gonna have Keith, I don't feel we are, but I'll have Keith. Oh, hold on, let's do last. Go ahead.
So the discussions were, when we brought this resolution, was to have an opportunity for BOMA to learn about the project, give feedback about the project, ask questions of the users. So the purpose was just to gauge interest in BOMA, for lack of a better term, but to the technical aspect of the resolution, it's just whether or not BOMA believes that the users should proceed forward or not. But either way, they have a right, as any applicant would, to go to the Planning Commission. But this is just, I don't believe that this is really meant to endorse or to not endorse. It's just to gauge its interest and what you can take from that.
And what was the result of the first vote on this?
I believe it was 6-5, if I'm not mistaken.
To what?
Yeah, 6-5 opposed.
To, sorry?
6-5 opposed.
Right. Opposed.
Yeah, we're missing 2 people tonight.
Okay, so it was initially opposed by the BOMA. Okay, by BOMA. All right. And we're considering also all the things we've heard by their presentations, the increased traffic, 300+ trucks a day coming down the pike, so full of refuse coming into the city on our roads at Center Point Road. The other businesses down there, has anyone asked them if they want that much traffic interfering with their businesses? We have existing businesses. Surely beautiful Hendersonville will have something to do after this is passed, I suspect. But, and we're considering it again. So I voted against it last time. I'll probably vote against it again due to the number of safety concerns that I have regarding the amount of trucks that come down the pike, the increased number of traffic that's on Center Point Road, the businesses and their considerations that already are taxpayers in our city, and the number of school children that go to Pope John Paul and use that road on a daily basis. So I'm going to vote against it again. But thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak.
Alderman Bergdorf, thank you. Alderman Robertson, were you wanting to speak? Did I skip you?
No.
Okay. Alderman
No.
Skidmore.
I'm ready to vote.
Alderman Skidmore.
Thank you. Are they here tonight?
We do. We do have some applicants here. If you want to suspend the rules and ask them to speak, you're welcome to. They have no obligation to.
Yes, I would like to suspend the rules and ask them a couple of questions.
Without objection, guys, if y'all want to come forward, without objection from our board, we're going to ask these guys to speak and probably answer some questions. You have no obligation to do so, but if you do, please tell us who you are. Keith, did you need to add something before you?
Yeah, I should have covered it a while ago, but I just wanted to make it clear that if it just goes to the Planning Commission and we go through that process, of course, you know, the Planning Commission would be limited in negotiation, but also BOMA, I believe, would be somewhat limited in a negotiation if there wasn't already some tentative thing, because then we'll be at the end of a process for really a rezoning plan development. And if there wasn't already some tentative just thought about what could be, and they weren't proposing that, it would be difficult to negotiate that at the end. I just want to share that, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Skidmore.
Yes, I still want to suspend the rules and have you guys come up to me. Mayor, do we need to vote on that, or does it?
I said without objection.
Okay, with no objection.
Appreciate
Thank you.
checking. Yep.
Perfectly. That's good evening. How are you guys?
Good evening, sir.
I appreciate you coming out. Excuse me. You heard tonight and the night that you came and gave us the pitch about some of our concerns. And I know this is putting you guys on the spot at this point, but before I step into that, where are you all now in this process? Are you still in a holding in your negotiations of the property, or what you can tell me? I mean, you obviously you don't have any reason or excuse to tell me or not to. That's up to y'all. I'm not going to be swayed one way or the other, but I would like to know, because it's in my district and Alderman Bergdorf's district, where you all are on the lease, or where you are on the property right now. Are you all still interested in it, or have you moved on?
My name is Kevin Heath. I'm with Repurpose. I'm the CEO of the organization.
Right.
We, in our partnership, Hank Ingram and his team weren't able to make it tonight. We are in a holding pattern for this meeting. My understanding, it was going to come up for reconsideration, and we still believe we are the right partner here for the city with the group of us to do the things that can really change this community in a real positive way and deal with some of the challenges that they have. So as it sits tonight, we are here in support of the project, hoping that the board will see the value of this partnership in a positive way at 200 Centerpoint Road with Dredge Masters. I will offer up that the property owners are here. They, if you would so choose, let them, could maybe come up if they were willing and speak on the status of the lease itself. We would be a sublease on that property, so if you'd like to hear directly from the property owners, they are here. And I'm putting them on the spot, but this is an important project, we believe, for the community.
I'd like to speak to these folks, if that's okay.
Without objection, we're going to hear from the current property owners and the folks that lease the property. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you all agree with his assessment of where this project is right now, with you guys owning the property?
Yes, sir. We currently have a tentative indication of interest negotiated. We have terms agreed upon, and we're simply waiting on the Board of Aldermen to give us input on whether or not they value this project.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure and have it on record of where you were and where we are on it. Thank you very much. I appreciate you doing that.
Thanks, sir.
One of the, and I don't want to sound like a broken record. I gave you my feelings about it, and I'm like Alderman Bergdorf about the traffic that is going to, or what is suggested that it's going to be, is enormous for not only our ward but Ward 3 as well. And I would hope, I was hoping that maybe you could speak to the city or the planning department, or even the, but I don't know whether you can do this, with the planning commission to see if you guys could reduce the traffic. I don't even know that you could do that, because I really have thought about it. Because something's going to have to happen, with refuse, not only in our city, but for the whole state of Tennessee and the United States of America. And I know you guys want to be on the cutting edge, but I'm not sure the city of the city of Hendersonville and at least our constituency in that area, that we want to be a part of something that could possibly, and I'm not saying your thing does that, but could destroy that area. But that evening, it sounded pretty clear that you were not in favor, or it was not going to be a workable solution with reducing the trucks that would come down Center Point Road and also on the bypass. And then one of the major concerns I had was you're going to accept trash from Nashville to come down there, and that's a big no for me. I don't know whether you can come back and renegotiate a plan, maybe go down and possibly, and you guys know what I'm talking about because you're familiar with a piece of property, and I am too, that you all could build a road that would go down and reduce the traffic in our city. I know you guys don't live here in Hendersonville, but I can assure you that traffic is one of the biggest belly aches, if you will, that the city of Hendersonville has. And I don't like the traffic the way that it is. I'm always talking about it up here. But I don't know, that's just something that you all would have to say one way or the other on. That was one of our problems that we had. And then, we weren't very comfortable, even though you guys tried to sell us on it, about the trash area in terms of how it's going to look and how it will affect the business owners over there. I mean, you've got all those folks there, plus you've got a brand new car dealership there, and then right across the red light you have another car dealership, a Hyundai, and then you've got MAPCO right there, and it's just a plethora of problems that could possibly occur there, especially if you go the traffic at 5 o'clock in the evening in Hendersonville. It's horrible. We're trying to resolve that issue here at the board with our traffic signalization. So I get you're probably saying, well, what in the world are you talking about, Skidmore? What I'm trying to find out from you guys is, even would you be open for reduction of trucks instead of having 300 or 350 or whatever? Maybe the first couple of years you could only, but I don't know how this would be enforced, maybe 100 or something like that, because we really believe that the traffic is going to be a problem. I mean, that's just one of the problems that we had. I don't know whether you can do that or not, and you may not be able to speak to that issue tonight. And if that's the case, then I think we need to defer this to another meeting where we can reread the resolution, because I don't have it with me tonight. It's not on, but I was willing, as I am any issue that comes up before the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, I'm willing to hear if there's any change at all. But if you tell me there's no other change that has come before you guys right now, then I already know how I'm going to vote. I mean, I think you all would understand that. So if are you open to that kind of suggestion? And if you're not, that's okay. I understand. You got to make a profit. You got to, you've got to do that. I mean, that's just business, and I understand that. Yes, sir.
Can I comment?
Yes, sir.
Lee Jestings, I'm founder and CEO of Inexora Bioenergy, and this project originated 3 years ago from reach out from the mayor to visit our facility to be part of a unique facility. We call it EcoPort for a reason. This is going to be a world-class recycling facility, and a significant amount of that organic waste is going to be made energy into fuels. Very, very unique. And I can't really comment on the specific traffic study. I think that the answer is, in general, yes. But I want you to call out that in the 20-year agreement, there's $60 million. It's unheard of. That's proposed for the city. That's 20 years of free tipping fees for your residential waste. 20 years for free. The other property we're looking at is not in this county. Trust me, the number is 0. And then the second part is you get a shared recycling fee, which is another 40 million for that and 20 million for shared recycling fees. Now, those numbers were tied to some traffic, some quantity numbers, and I'm sure that there's an opportunity to reduce those incentives that have a change in the traffic as well. On the final note, I would say I've got to know the property owners, and they've owned this property for 50 years, their family. And they can put LTL trucking distribution in that facility with no zoning changes, which also could have a huge impact on traffic. So I think you have to look at not just, we can maybe address the specific traffic issues, but look at the potential impact for the city when impact fees and reduced residential tipping fees for 20 years. I think you need to consider that with the traffic as well.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate it, guys. Can we keep? If we've got some questions for you, we'll come back to you. Alderman Skidmore, anything else? Appreciate it.
No, sir, that's it for now. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm the sponsor on this resolution. I'm still in favor of it, but, you know, I'd like to see it go through the proper channels, and I think that's their indication. And I appreciate them being here, and Alderman Collins for bringing it back up. I've just got 2 points I'd like to make. Y'all weren't here, but we had our budget workshop earlier this afternoon for 2025, and it's up 4.7%, which is $2.7 million over our current year. Where are we going to find $2.7 million? Well, EcoPort is offering to give us $2 million in tipping fees. You know, I'm not very smart, but I'll take what we can get. That's savings we can pass to the homeowners that pay for this garbage contract that's gone up 38%. You know, it just, where are we going to get extra money? We're not, but now we've got a business that wants to come into town, a high-tech business that can convert waste into energy. That's pretty cool. I mean, that would put Hendersonville on the map. It ain't a landfill. And, you know, everybody's talking and worried about the trucks. Well, guess what? Smyrna Ready Mix is getting ready to crank back up in June. And they have cement mixers going up and down Center Point and up and down Main Street. And guess what? There ain't a thing this board can do because that's an existing business. So BOMA is not here to tell a business what they can do as long as they're zoned for it. Thank you, Mr. Free. He taught me that when I was on the Planning Commission. And this company can go through the proper channels, and I will attend the public hearing because I want to hear from the residents. But tonight, I think we should vote in favor of this resolution and then let this company go through the right channels to bring this to Hendersonville. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Peterson, thank you. Alderman Waters.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 questions, either one of you. Give me an idea of the hours per day. Are you like 7 to 5 or something like that? Monday through Friday?
We have some flexibility on the hours. We're looking to operate somewhere between 18 and 20 hours a day. We can adjust.
That wasn't my
this.
question, sir. Can you tell me how many hours a day you're going to be open? Is it 8 to 5 or I don't, that's what I want to know.
We'll be open approximately 10 hours a day, Monday through Friday, and then approximately 5 hours on Saturday to allow for the convenience center for the public and the residents of Hendersonville.
Okay. Since you're not going to answer the question, are you going to be open from 5 to 7 or what? I don't, whether it's 18 hours, what, can you tell me what they are? What hours?
The reason I'm struggling to give you an answer is because as we've looked at this project, we have worked really hard with staff members to understand the needs of the city. My understanding is part of this going through either BOMA or the Planning Commission would require us to do a little bit deeper dive on a traffic study. And if I told you 8 to 5 today before I actually had the data from the traffic study, I could incorrectly speak on what that is. So what I would like to do is have the chance to take the project forward, look at the traffic study, and work with the city to make sure that we're minimizing the traffic. So I'm not intentionally trying to avoid the answer.
Okay.
I don't have the correct answer
That's
without
okay.
having the data.
That's okay. But you said 18 hours a day, is that what you said?
That's for processing, but that would not be
Monday through
intake.
Friday?
Monday through Friday.
Okay. How many trucks a day will go in and out of that onto Main Street from that location? How many trucks?
We're looking at bringing in somewhere between 200 and 300 trucks a day. We have been willing to work with the city to adjust the route to make sure that as they're exiting that they're not on Main Street. And we really do want to partner with you and understand the needs of the city. But we're very early in the process, and up to this point, we've not had that chance to move forward and be willing to invest in that because it's not a project that's been supported.
Okay. So I'm up to 18 hours a day, Monday through Friday, and how many on Saturday?
Say 100. And again,
Saturday?
on Saturday. But a lot of that is really,
About
again...
half a day on Saturday?
Half a day on Saturday.
Okay.
Again, but it is very much a guesstimate because part of that is to give the
That's
city
okay.
the support for the
And
convenience
how many
center.
trucks a day, again, tell me again, a day?
Monday through Friday, up to 300. Saturday, estimated 100 at this point with the data that we
300
have.
trucks, okay. I think I'm getting confused because you mentioned you couldn't answer a question because y'all was in the working stages of doing something. Couldn't y'all have got everything that you wanted us to hear tonight already planned and said, here it is, instead of saying, we've got to do this, we've got to do that?
If I could, I'd like to request a staff member that we've been working with up to this point come up and address the process that we've been using. And if I could, I'd like to ask if Jay Ritterbeck could come up and address BOMA. We have partnered with him to try to meet the needs, and we've taken significant guidance, what we believe to be from the city. And so if I could ask Jay to come up, it would be great for him to share the journey that we've been to this point.
I'm all for it. Go
Jay,
ahead.
you think you can be helpful? Okay. Appreciate that, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Aldermen, I don't know where to begin. I suppose I can start with how we got here. From the beginning, they've wanted to have a public-private partnership with the city. They didn't want just to go through a permit path that was uncertain. The reason they don't have all the data currently is because those data take a lot of time, a lot of money to compile, various studies and analyses. They're in the kind of the due diligence period right now. So investing that time and energy in those detailed studies would come, if the resolution is adopted, then it creates the permit path for them that currently is vague or ambiguous or maybe even non-existent. So it clarifies what the permit path, what the steps would be for staff as well as for them, what studies are required, what agreements that they're proposing up front as part of an agreement and that partnership, that if there was just a pure permit path for them to go through, we don't have the nexus, we don't have the authority to exact a free tipping fee. We don't have the authority to exact a host fee. We don't have the authority to exact the carbon credits that they're offering as part of that agreement. So all the benefits would not be proposed as part of a standard permit process because we're then a policing power rather than a partner. So what we've been doing along the way is, here's an issue, environmental, biological, social, the traffic, the smell, the noise, and attacking each one of these issues so that they would know what's going to be coming up and what questions are going to be asked so that they could have preliminary data, preliminary answers for those questions that would be coming up. So the process since this has started has really been that negotiating what's good for the city, what's a problem? Trash. We've been talking about it for a couple of years now since I've been hired. Can we resolve that? Well, it creates a traffic issue. Well, how do we resolve that? Improve off-site improvements, which we probably would not, the traffic study may or may not expose that as needing to be dealt with, or the widening of South Center Point Road. So we may not have the nexus to require off-site improvements, which they're freely offering as part of a partnership. So trying to address some of those things up front as part of the strategy of a resolution that gives them a level of comfort that this is a possibility. It's not, my job's never been to get a project before you to get approved. It's to get you a project that's got some answers that you guys are comfortable enough to vote up or down. At the end of the day, it's the decision makers to make that decision. So that's how we got there. If there's any specific question beyond that, I'm happy.
You mentioned the traffic. You did a traffic study?
What we've done thus far is a basic traffic analysis that looked at the number of vehicles that are going up and down, and it's TDOT data readily available on Main, South Center Point, the bypass, the exits. So we have those data currently, but as part of, if BOMA approves this as a feasibility that this is something that you're interested in and you approve the resolution, there will be a robust traffic study. There'll be additional environmental analysis. There'll be noise studies. There'll be a number of other things that would go through and be required as part of a regular permit path that we would be requiring.
That's a good answer. Thank you. I think that's all I got, Mayor. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Alderman Waters. Alderman Dixon.
Yes, please stay, Jay. Great timing, because I hit my button to speak to bring you to the podium to recognize you and to let you know, no matter how the vote goes tonight, you've done a great job. I understand that this is a moving target. I understand how difficult it is to bring in several partners into one project. It's a moving target, and you've done a great job. And answers may be different from month to month, week to week, but that's what it is. So no matter how the vote goes tonight, we think you've done a great job, and we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Alderman Dixon, thank you. Alderman Goodwin. Thank you, Jay.
I have some questions, and I don't mean to be difficult. I feel like I'm difficult every time you come up here, and I don't mean to be, but I'm here to represent my constituents. It's not what I want one way or the other. It's what the constituents want. And another problem I'm having tonight is, once again, it was going to be 168 trucks. Now we're at 200 to 300 trucks. I'm not a business person, but you said it would be 2 shifts. I can't imagine that you run 2 shifts between 8 and 5 o'clock. So it's going to be a hard sell if we're only going to bring in 35 employees to work there. So I'm a little confused. I keep getting a lot of different numbers, and I know nothing's set in stone right now, and it's all up in the air.
If I could address that, I apologize. I don't know formal process for this, but I'm hearing numbers that are not what we shared with you guys. We gave everybody a packet when we came in 2 meetings ago, and I'm just going to tell you what I know to be true based on the information I have. We were on it. We've asked for the right to bring in 300 trucks. As part of our work with Jay, that went from a business development agreement to a licensing agreement. We feel like the goalposts are moving as someone who really wants to do a public-private partnership with this city. And it may not work, and we understand that, but here's what I know. We have said, listen, we will start at 168 trucks. It's in the packet, it's in the material that everyone here has. But we would like a path if all the data suggests that it's the right thing and that we can handle the level of traffic. We would like to know that there's a path to 300. Again, that is all in the material that you have. Early on when we started this project, it was going to have a level of separation of about 40%. For that, we thought we were going to need early on somewhere between 30 and 35 employees per shift. The data that you have today in the packet that we gave you suggests just repurpose alone will bring in over 175 employees. Again, we have names, we have job titles, we have salaries, that's all listed out within the information that we can share with you or we have shared with you. So I apologize if some of the data that you have has been moving around, but the packet we gave you guys when we first came in here, the very first time we came, was very consistent, it was very well thought out, it was done under the spirit of a partnership. So I'm afraid that as these things have moved, and I'll be honest, as someone who you can sense is a little bit sensitive to this, some of the information that I'm hearing is really emotional. It's not backed in data. And for this project to be, and I sat up here and I had mentioned to the team, to BOMA last time I'm here, it's really hard for me to commit something that we can't do. And when we sit down and we look at data, and I'm just not going to answer a question that I can't be factual about, and I think that we had that conversation way back when. There's a lot of things we'll be willing to do if the data supports it's the best thing for the city and it's the best thing for the partnership. So again, I'll just reiterate, I don't understand the numbers that you guys are using. They're not numbers that you got from me. Mm-hmm. You have a several-page packet that we shared with you in advance. It lays out everything in great detail, and it honestly answers a lot of the questions, if not all of the questions that we've been asked. Okay. And I apologize if it wasn't prepared or cleared or given to you in a manner that it was easier to digest. I can get better at that, but ultimately the numbers I'm hearing just aren't ours. They're not what we've talked about or what we've shared with you guys, and the things that we've honestly worked with Jay to address. So I believe everything you have was done in the spirit of a public-private partnership with one of your staff members who I trust and respect dearly.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Anything else, Alderman Goodwin? Alderman Goodwin, thank you. Alderman Collins.
I have questions. My first question is, what is the current, this isn't for you, but I don't know who it is for. What's the current traffic count on Main Street? Is that for you, Jay?
Or Keith?
My next question's for Jay, so.
Mayor and Aldermen, the TDOT data for West Main was in the tens of thousands. Currently going through, and it may be in the packet actually as one of the attachments in the. For some reason 43,000 vehicles is jumping out at me, but it's roughly around there, I believe.
So we, because of the way this was tabled and so on and so forth, which certainly was me. We don't actually have that in our current packet, so that might be part of the problem because we are remembering or misremembering or, thinking that we're better prepared than we actually are.
I was told by IT staff that they actually have the PowerPoint ready to pull up with some of those data if requested. But regardless of if that's 43 or 23, we're talking about tens of thousands is their current traffic count. So even if we said that a garbage truck counted for 3 vehicles instead of 1, it's a pretty small percentage increase in traffic. And I will say, fully acknowledge that we have a tendency to say it's a negligible increase, and all of our negligible increases had added up to something that's certainly not considered negligible. But my next question is the drop center. I really want that for our city. I've brought it up every time we've talked about trash and recycling. Can we just get a drop center? So that's a plus for me, but not nearly as much of a plus as the money. Can you review for us? The tipping fee currently is estimated value of $2 million. I believe it's just over $2 million currently.
And then the fees are what?
So the fees that they are offering, the host fees, those would be based off of the tonnage. So the amount of host fee that the city would be receiving is directly impacted by how much we throttle the amount of truck traffic going in. So if we reduce it down to 100 as a number that was thrown out, I have a comment on that, then the host fee will be significantly less than 200 or 300 trucks.
What is it at the 168? That's the break point.
168 trucks. If you say a typical trash truck is 9 tons, 168, that's 1,520, I think, tons that would be coming in. And then you multiply that by 75 cents a ton.
Hold on, I will figure it out.
Throw those numbers out for you. I can only do limited math in my head.
So we decided it was 1,528 tons, 1,500 times 0.75. Okay, 1,528 times what?
261 operating days. Would give
Okay.
you the annual.
That only brings me to just under 400,000.
That's the throttled 168. That's why I'm saying that's the impact. So if they're allowed to ramp it up to that 200 to 300, we'll end up seeing that host fee go up to approximately that $2 million a year income to the city.
And then there's the carbon
credits.
At $250,000 a year estimated?
Those are variable. So that's a more detailed discussion. Carbon credits, it's a voluntary market that what they have offered as part of the agreement that's before you is that the amount of trash that is generated from that the city collects, which is approximately 100 tons a day. That's how we came up with that 100 it's approximately what we're collecting right now. That we would retain the rights for any carbon credits that are generated from that trash. So it's pelletized, all the carbon, anything with carbon, organics that is pelletized and has a certificate, a carbon credit that is created from the diversion of that going to a landfill. Those carbon credits have a value, and we would be getting those, and that's something that they offered as an incentive. That the value, it's basically the gold standard because they're certifiable. They're based on metrics that are objective rather than planting a dozen trees that some of them might die, and you can get a carbon credit for planting trees, but it's a different type of a measurement and a different type of a credit. These ones are certifiable, gold standard basically, so much more valuable than a standard carbon credit. We could bank those, we could sit on those, we could broker those in the carbon market if we wanted to, and we could be sitting on several $1 million pretty quickly in carbon credits.
My next question might not, I think you can answer it, but if you want to punt, that's fine. We hired a lawyer, we asked the EDB to hire a lawyer to look at what was the appropriate permitting process for this. And I am assuming that their results are incorporated in this and
For a long time.
Yes.
their findings. And so if we don't adopt this resolution, then the city is not adopting that path that we paid the lawyer to figure out for, or we had somebody else pay the lawyer to figure out for us.
Mayor, Alderman, we requested that the IDB pay for an outside attorney to look at options to look at our zoning code, look at the project, and give us a recommendation as far as what we could do in working with them to create a permit path that was clean and defensible on our end, and is appropriate for them. It gives them due process, works with our existing code, doesn't go off the wall and create a bunch of new stuff, new moving parts. So what that outside attorney came back with is reflected in the resolution with the permit. I think it's might be attachment 3 to the resolution that lays out 3 different parts of the type of permits that would be required in order to entitle this project. approve this project.
I have a procedural question, which is perhaps best for the mayor. If we vote on this, I'm assuming that it includes the better deal that EcoPort representatives emailed us.
Not at this time.
We would need to amend it to include that before we would vote. Okay. So my next question is for those of you here representing EcoPort project. If we vote no, what are the chances you go to planning with this project?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat?
If we vote no on the resolution, what are the chances that you would go to the planning department and go through the process?
Yep, I'll speak for me as I stand here tonight. I will not, because it's telling me that the city doesn't value the relationship or the opportunity, and we will look at other alternatives. What we can't do is delay the project or delay the opportunity. When we were told no last time, we already started looking for other opportunities. I've been a proponent of staying in Hendersonville because I really appreciate the community and I like what the property has to offer. But if it says no, then we will look to invest our dollars elsewhere. I will personally, at least for my portion of the project.
And would you like to comment? Okay.
Can you repeat what he just said? So, hold on, we can't
Probably
hear you.
need to go to the
So,
microphone.
Mayor and Aldermen, go ahead, Lee.
Yeah, the chance would be zero. I mean, I want to call attention to the documents that we submitted. If you look at Appendix G and H, it has the calculations based on the agreement. It's auditable. And you're going to see with the base tipping fees, your 100 tons a day, you're paying $69 a tipping fee now. It's going up. And that's what we're offering for 20 years. So that is a calculation in there. And then the next page has it's a sliding scale for impact fee, or we call it recycling fee incentives, based on how many tons a day. And that's directly correlated to trucks, like Jay said. Less trucks, less impact fees, or less recycling sharing fees.
Alderman Collins, anything else?
Well, I don't know if this is going to pass or not, but I think the safe thing for us to do is to amend it to include the sweeter deal. I don't know how to state that.
We've got two other people wishing to speak, and we're probably coming up on a break.
Sure. So I won't offer the amendment until everybody's, because then we can only talk about the amendment. So I'll wait for that.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
I appreciate that. Okay.
Can I address that before we take a break, Mayor?
The sweeter deal?
Just her question on the process.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
So, thank you. So, part of what we understood is when this came up and it came back is we understood there were going to be some learnings on both sides. And up to this point and to this point, we recognize that this is a discussion on how we put this together. Working with the staff member, specifically Jay, we have brought forward multiple different proposals that he has taken a look at, and the one that we landed on was the one that we thought was what the city wanted. So if, in fact, there are things that people would like to talk about in making sure that the project's viable for both parties, we don't view that as closed. We are open to having discussions, as we talked in our very first meeting, that we understand that we're going to learn things that we have to continue to work through together.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Alderman Collins. One of the things that would help is if we do take a break, we don't even have the resolution in front of us right now. And it's something that, after y'all emailed me, I suggested that you provide copies to everybody. If there's any way that could be done, that would be helpful to all of us. But so keep that in mind if we end up taking a break or if we end up making an amendment, that would be helpful to actually have copies of that resolution in front of us. Alderman Sassy.
Thank you, Mayor. So I got a lot of things running through my mind right now. You know, at the beginning of this meeting, and even before this meeting, we were talking about next year's budget. And even with a sales tax referendum, which we're budgeting an additional $8.2 million to assign towards 4 categories on our budget, we're still squeezed. And we're concerned about the money coming in or what happens after the 10 years when this expires. We talked about police cars and how we're not paying for it out of our general fund anymore, and we're putting it all into this this temporary money that the citizens have generously given us. And me, I'm a financial mind, and I'm always looking for ways to save money, to make money for the city, to scrimp every penny, to cut where we can cut and spend where we need to spend to save that money. And you know, we just talked about a trash deal, which is an increase in our trash costs of 37%, and it's not going to get any better as the years go by. You know, sales tax, we're going to be going through a negotiation with trash again in 5 years, and then again another 5 years probably. And those costs are just going to go up. We need to find, in my opinion, we need to find creative solutions. We need to find alternatives, things that have never been tried before, to just attempt to save our budget and save our citizens' tax money. I've committed to not raising taxes multiple times to the people I've spoken to and to publicly on the social media, and I stand by that. But in order to do that, we got to find ways to save money. We have to find ways to wisely spend our money. And this is not a firm commitment to this project. If we vote yes to this, this is not saying it's a go deal. It's just saying to them, listen, you've got our backing now, and you know, invest more money and see if it's going to be a viable project for the city and for you. To me, that is, and they still would have to go through the process, right? They'd still have to go through planning. They'd still have to get, and correct me if I'm wrong, even if we vote yes on this, they're still going to have to eventually go through planning. And
Keith, do you want Keith to answer that?
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, so if there was a positive vote tonight, then it would still have to go through planning, and then planning on the text amendment and the plan development and all the different details that they would propose, then that would just be a recommendation from the Planning Commission. They're not making any final decision. Then they'll make a recommendation that'll move forward to BOMA. And so that's the way that process will work. Thank you.
So I've heard several people mention, why doesn't this go through planning? Well, here's the opportunity. This is the way to go through planning. If we vote yes tonight on this, and I'll be honest, guys, I've gone back and forth multiple times because I have some major concerns which you guys can't answer. And that's because well, we know the phase that you're in on this, and you haven't invested the money to get those answers. But a vote yes tonight will get us those answers. It will get planning those answers, and then we can have all the information laid out for us, and really make a fully informed, wise decision on this. And we gotta save our people money. I mean, I'm looking at that budget and how they just gifted us $8.2 million a year, and our budget was still only $111 to the green, and that wasn't even spending $1 on a police car, not a single dollar on a police car. That's concerning to me. I'm worried. And so unless Mr. Garza, Alderman Garza, says something that changes my mind, I'm going to be voting yes for this. Thank you.
Alderman Sassy, thank you. Alderman Garza. It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Jay, thanks a lot. Jay, I have a question for you. And it's in a way not related to EcoPort. I'm looking at the permitted by right here. I don't know a whole lot about real estate, but it seems to me that a trucking company with a terminal could come into that location with 500 trucks a day. True?
It is.
It is.
I'm just too far away, excuse me. Did you hear me, though?
I did hear you. I don't know that the public did.
I'm sorry?
I don't know that the people at home heard you.
Oh, let's try it again. Okay, so this property location these guys are wanting to work out of, with the EcoPort is also permitted by right, which means these businesses on this list you gave me could move in there. Is that true?
Mayor and Alderman, that is correct. There are a number of by right uses that would just need to get a use and occupancy, one of which is the truck terminal.
And if there was a truck terminal, how many trucks could come to that terminal a day?
Mayor and Alderman, it is unlimited.
Okay, that was my point of the question. Thank you.
Alderman Garza, anything else?
That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Alderman Garden.
So Hank Ingram had mentioned that this is the first of its kind, and the hope here is to expand into other areas. So essentially it's kind of a pilot program, really. And so we have 3 entities here coming together to make this happen. What happens if 1 or 2 decide this isn't working and pull out? What are we left with?
Lee Justings again. So yes, this is the first, we call it showcase of, I think we have 14 along the river system on the United States to help solve the waste problem and create energy. We have an agreement with Ingram Barge. They're part owners of our company, so we're pretty tight together. So our partnership is hopefully forever. So that's contractually we're bound together to deliver.
Okay.
Thank you, Alderman Garden. Hold on a second, guys. So here's where we are. We've been. I'm sorry, Alderman Garden. We finished. Go ahead.
This as well.
Go ahead.
What does it mean to you guys if this doesn't work for you?
Similar to what Mr. Jesting said, we are working with Ingram on a long-term, we're looking to sign a 50-year lease on the property. We're looking to have a long-term logistics partnership with them. They currently are an investor in Repurpose also. But at the end of the day, I think the obvious answer is if we can't make this profitable, which is what's created enough of this energy, then we can't operate.
Right.
So we would not operate if we can't be profitable.
Okay, can we take a break?
So I'll entertain a motion in just a second. You sort of see me distracted a little bit over here. We've got some staff offering to help out and print the resolution for us. It's 16 pages. Print 13 is going to take a few minutes. So I'll entertain a motion, Alderman Garden, to take a 10-minute break.
10-minute break.
Okay, we have a motion. Second. We have a second from Alderman Sassy. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
20 times in this meeting. And like first one round, all over the place. So like it sounds that maybe I need to follow this. Like if one pulls out, like there's not enough.
What do you want to say?
Like if we move forward and we have their
I mean, I try not to check my phone.
So like what if the company goes,
Say that again. That's why I made sure it's on the agenda. We should just have Jeff Sassy get it for us. He has a computer right in front of him. Were you able to pull the resolution up on your? Cool. JP, are you ready? Are we on? Oh, that's just, okay, thank you. We don't? Okay, okay. I think we left off with Alderman Garden.
I think I was finished.
Okay, okay, thank you, Alderman Garden. So in our the longest 10-minute break we've ever had, we were able to get a copy of Resolution 2024-08. And Alderman Collins, you're fine, you're fine. I'd rather you get it right. So what we're going to have is Alderman Collins is going to walk us through the amendment that is coming from the email that we received from the applicant about 3 weeks ago, because that will serve as an amendment to the proposed resolution 2024-08. We didn't have any amendments when we considered this before, did we? Okay. Right now, I want to make sure that we didn't have any amendments when we considered this before, even though it failed. I feel like I have an obligation to remind you of anything that we might have attached to it at that time. Alderman Collins, do you think we had any amendments when we? I don't think we did. I think we're ready. Go ahead, Alderman Collins.
The little thing we just got, the little packet we just got, if you would turn to page 255, please. I would like to amend this to the first complete sentence on the page, which says, once the property is receiving an average monthly volume of 2,000 tons per day, just strike that.
The whole sentence?
The whole sentence,
Okay.
because they will waive the tipping fee day one, not contingent upon their volume.
Alderman Collins, sorry, strike it until the comma, or the whole sentence until the
Oh, I'm
period?
sorry. Yeah, I can't see if that's a comma, but this is a capital letter where it says repurpose.
That's because, yes.
The capital letter repurpose, do not strike that part.
Okay.
Is that a?
We're going to strike the dependent clause is what we're going to do.
Okay.
Once the property is receiving an average monthly volume of 2,000 tons per day, take that out, including the
Yes.
comma. Hold, let me turn your microphone on. Alderman
Sorry.
Skidmore.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. Where in the world are you seeing this
Okay.
on this?
Go to page 255 of what was just handed to you.
Page 255. All
Very,
right.
very top of the page.
Hold on, let me try
You're
to
fine.
get to it.
You're fine. The first word at the top of the page, 255, is charged.
Is what again? I'm sorry?
The first word at the top of the page of 255 is charged.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. So the rest of that sentence
That's
is
right.
going to stand, but go to the first full sentence that starts, once the property is.
Yes, sir. Yep.
And the first part of the amendment is going to be to strike these words. Once the property is receiving an average monthly volume of 2,000 tons per day. We're going to strike that.
Okay.
Okay. Alderman Collins, what's next?
So the next part is under F,
Okay.
for host fees, 1, where it says for the first 1,499 tons of total waste received, we're going to change that to 50 cents a ton
Instead of 0.
instead of 0.
Okay.
And that, the other thing that was in the body of the email, but not a part of the original text, is that they will work with staff to add an inflation factor to the tipping fee limit to allow for our city's growth so that we have 0 tipping fee for 50 years. But we don't know the number of that, but I would just.
Do they mention inflation or indexing anywhere else?
No.
Okay, so maybe we make that on page 256, item M.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I guess item N would say, oh, okay.
Lee might have it.
What,
Yeah, referring to the letter that I sent to each of you on March 9th, clarifying the two changes. You've already mentioned them, but there is, if you look at the attachment, we edited the text, and the edited text is on this document that we can make sure you have, and that we said we did 100 tons per day commencing upon commissioning, and that tonnage cap increases every year 2%. So we did
Okay.
have that in there. It's in the attachment on that same document.
okay, thank you for
So what do we
that.
need to do?
Let's add M and say that the tonnage fee increases by 2% every year.
Or CPI? Whichever
And
is
is-
higher?
It says the tonnage
The
cap.
tonnage
Remember, it starts at
cap.
100. You're at 79 tons a day now, or something like that.
Tonnage
Starts at 100,
cap.
which is already significantly above your current.
Yeah.
And it's 2% on the volume annually.
Is Director, is Director Locke here? Can you just nod if that seems adequate to you? I'm sorry. If we have a 2% increase to our tonnage for the tipping fee, does that seem adequate to represent the growth we experience? Okay, thank you.
The,
Our
and
Public
it's
Works
also,
Director, hold
also
on a second.
reference.
Hold on a second. Our Public Works Director said yes to answer that
Yes,
question.
thank you.
And the document also references your growth rate is anticipated at 1.6%. So we set it above that number at 2%.
So Alderman Collins says, item M, in the amendment, say the tonnage cap increases 2% per year?
The
Of volume.
tonnage,
Is that a, correct?
We have the attachment strikes out the language exactly.
Okay.
So we have a little disadvantage because I have it, you all don't. So I'm not sure if you want me to send it to you, you want to mark it up from here.
Where does it strike out? What part of the document does it strike out? It's on B, okay. Can you help me, Lance? No, it's on,
while they are working on the verbiage, if it's okay, I would like to say that I think if this passes, of course, if the resolution as a whole passes, of course, we would want the amendment to have the better deal. If the resolution as a whole fails, I think we still want the amendment so that the people from EcoPort know that even their best offer did not pass. And then they have a clear indication of the will of the board. So I think the amendment is appropriate regardless of if you support the resolution as a whole.
so the amendment's gonna be a little bit more complex.
Oh. That makes sense. And a lot of people think it does, so.
So, so what this has is this has a different change to item B than what you proposed.
Oh, my gosh.
And it's what they forwarded to us. Yeah.
Item B. Oh.
I believe Jay's mentioned, that's still a draft agreement.
So, hold on one
So
second.
you can refer to the letter and we can
I think,
modify it.
Mayor, is it true that with this being a draft agreement, we can refer to this conversation and work out the exact language, or not really?
It is. There might be some people want some details. They might be okay without that. But I do feel like our city recorder needs to.
Okay, that's certainly true.
you're fine. Just tell me your password. What's your mom's meeting name?
We're gonna be here tomorrow.
So I'm gonna read y'all what, we won't have an M, okay? And we're going to revise what the change was on the top of page 255. So we won't have an M. We talked about an M. Cross out M. If you go back to 254, which under tipping fee, which finishes on page 255. Alderman Collins, are you with me here?
Yes.
Okay. This is what the email they sent us, this is the verbiage. It would say, B, tipping fee. Receive, process, and disposal of all residential MSW collected by the city or on its behalf at no cost, including no associated tipping fees to the city. There shall be no associated tipping fee charged to the city for residential MSW collected by or on behalf of the city for 100 tons per day commencing after EcoPort commissioning. The tonnage cap will be increased annually at 2%. Users are not responsible for any logistical costs associated with the transportation of city MSW to the property. That's what they sent us. Do you want that to be part of your motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. Strike B and replace it with what I just read. And we need to include a couple bullet points. Oh, that's current situation. We don't need to, okay, thank you. Good. Okay. 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 Okay, so we already got that. Okay, okay. Is that a change? Okay, now go to H, host fees. And what their proposal is, F, I'm sorry. A host fee shall be paid on a per ton basis to the city on a quarterly basis at the following rates. For the first 1,499 tons per day, a total of total waste received, 50 cents per ton.
Initially.
For the next 1,000 tons per day, tons of total waste received, 75 cents per ton. For any amount above 2,500 tons per day, waste received, $150 per day, per ton, excuse me. The easier way to change H is on number 1, just to change that to 50 cents with the understanding that everything is tons per day. On F, sorry. F1, change that to 50 cents. F2, changes that to 1,000 tons and 75 cents. F3, you can really leave alone. They just word it differently. Per day. Per day. 1, 2, and 3 are all per day. So 1 will read 1,499 tons per day at 50 cents per ton. 2 will be 1,000 for the next 1,000 tons of total waste received per day, 75 cents per ton. Number 3 will be for any amount over 2,500 tons per day, $1.50 per day. Good. Okay. We're good?
So,
We don't.
what he said is my amendment.
Okay. Do we have a second? Okay, so we have a second from Alderman Sassy. So I want to make sure we're all in the same place. Okay, so page 254, we changed tipping fee that goes on to page 255. Annette, you want to read that to us? Sure. Okay. Hold on, sorry. We didn't change it. We have a motion to make that change. Go ahead.
Ready? Receive, under B, tipping fee, receive, process, and disposal of all MSW collected by the city or on its behalf at no cost.
Hold on, I got to stop you. Residential MSW. Sorry, go ahead.
That was, I've got that here. Is it in both places?
I think it is. Guys, is it residential MSW? Okay, go ahead.
In both places?
Okay.
Excuse me, okay.
receive, process, and disposal of all residential MSW collected by the city or on its behalf at no cost, including no associated tipping fees to the city. There shall be no associated tipping fee charged to the city for residential MSW collected by or on behalf of the city for 100 tons per day, commencing after EcoPort commissioning. The tonnage cap will be increased annually at 2%.
Then we go down, go ahead.
Users are not responsible for any logistical costs associated with the transportation of city MSW to the property. Should that say residential there or just MSW?
Should say residential, okay.
City residential.
Now we go down to F, where it says host fees.
Okay. Host fees shall be paid on a per-ton basis to the city on a quarterly basis at the following rates. 1, for the first 1,499 tons
Per day.
of total waste received is 50 cents per ton. Number 2, for the next 1,000 tons per day of total waste received, 75 cents per ton. For 2,500 plus tons per day of total waste received, $1.50 per ton.
Jamie? Do we hit it? Alderman Collins?
Yes, that's my motion.
Okay, we have second from Alderman Sassy. We're going to avoid some confusion. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's correct. I just wanted to point out, we clarified that because of a concern from the first BOMA meeting. And over 20 years, that change is worth $3.75 million. To the original calculations we have in G&H, that increases the host fee by $3.75 million over 20 years.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, so we're going to speak on this motion. Alderman Sassy? Oh, sorry. Okay. Alderman Bergdorf.
Thank you, Mayor. Due to the nature and the complication nature of this amendment, I would like to propose a motion we defer so that we have a good representation of the community, so that they have an opportunity to come and speak clearly, so they have an understanding of what is presented to the citizens. So that's my proposition. I would like to make a motion to do that. May I?
Yes, absolutely. Do you want to give a date, or you don't have to?
Next meeting.
Next meeting, okay. Okay, do we have a second?
Next month. Is it next month?
No, we can go ahead and vote on the motion to defer. So we have a motion to defer with a second. So now we're going to speak just on the motion to defer, unless nobody wants to speak, and then we'll go to a vote. Jason, you ready for us? Nope.
Do we have to set a date?
Nope. Well, he said to the next meeting. Next meeting. And so when we come back, we will take up this this motion to amend. So, Alderman Robertson, go ahead.
Since we're not following our normal processes, because this is not a normal situation, I understand that. Is there any way that if this, to include Alderman Bergdorf in your motion, that at the next meeting, there also be designated a public hearing on this matter, just so that people will have the opportunity to come out and speak if they so wish. I know that it's not normal, but I don't think there's anything that prohibits us.
There is.
Is there?
There is. We have to give a 10-day notice for a public hearing. We could make it an unofficial, unofficial hearing and just make sure that we set aside some time for people at citizen comments. We could do that. It wouldn't be an official public hearing.
But so the difference between an official and an unofficial, does
Which I
that mean that we can't consider their comments on that they make at
We
that
absolutely
time?
can. We absolutely can.
We can.
So it wouldn't be a public hearing. It'd just be part of citizen comments.
So
Which I just totally made up the term unofficial public hearing, by the way.
So, Alderman Bergdorf, would you mind to put that in your amendment to before we hear this, that there would be a time set aside for a public hearing to
As
allow
long as it's
people
just-
to
I mean,
speak?
it's going to be in citizens' comments. I don't think it's necessary for the motion, but I think we'll just keep it as is, if that's all right with you.
What we could do is we could advertise it and make sure that people know about it. Jay, you want to help us out? What can we do?
Just business as usual.
Mayor and Aldermen, I think the citizen comments would be appropriate, but before a vote, should we not ask the property owner who is bypassing some rent? No?
If somebody has a question for them, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, appreciate that, Jay.
All right, I'll withdraw my suggestion. I just want to make sure there's ample opportunity for the public.
I agree with you. I'm sure there is, yeah.
And I'm afraid under citizens' comments, they wouldn't see the clear distinction.
Alderman Robertson, how would you feel if we made an effort with our PIO to advertise this on our social media, in our website?
Well, I mean, it's Alderman Bergdorf's motion.
Okay.
You
I would
object
be
to that?
amenable to that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make that commitment, and we don't have to include it in the motion, I'll make that commitment, okay.
Thank you.
So, right now, we're speaking and getting ready to vote on the motion to defer this with the proposed amendment. Thank you, Alderman Bergdorf, thank you, Alderman Robertson, Alderman Collins.
I just want to point out that if we defer before we vote on the amendment, then the amendment would not be included in the documents provided to us or the public.
I'll make sure that we do that.
Okay.
I'll make sure they're
You'll
included. I went through a lot of work right here, we're gonna include it.
Okay. Well, I just want,
Yeah. Good point.
like we have to do this again. So I actually, even though Mayor Clary has said he would do that, I would respectfully request that you withdraw your deferral until after we vote on the amendment. Because you're not wanting to defer the amendment, you're wanting to defer the entire resolution. And if we vote on the amendment and it passes, assuming it passes, then the public documents will accurately reflect the deal that's being offered to us.
Thank you. It does make sense. May we ask the city attorney how we proceed with this then, just so I get clarification? Thank you.
You can just withdraw your motion to defer. We can take up the motion to amend, and afterwards you can make your motion to defer.
Okay, all right, I'll do that. Thank you. Thank
Alderman
you,
Robertson,
Collins.
do you withdraw your second? Okay, okay. So now we're back on the proposed amendment from Alderman Collins that was seconded by Alderman Sassy. Thank you, Alderman Bergdorf. Thank you, Alderman Collins. Any discussion on the amendment? So the amendment starts on page, 254.
Okay, so, all right, this is, I'm sorry.
Now you're ready,
Yeah.
don't touch anything, okay.
Just getting a little late, but thanks. So we're back on the main amendment from Ms. Collins, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I don't need that repeated. I'm just, can we put some coffee on? I think we're gonna be here a long time. Thank you, Mayor.
So I think we're good voting on the amendment. Nobody's light is lit up, nobody's asked to speak. Okay, Jason, can you pull that up for us? Okay, there we go. Those in favor, press the green button. Those opposed, press the red. Okay, that passes 11-2. Alderman Bergdorf and Alderman Skidmore voting against it. Hold on, Jason. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good, thank you. Alderman Bergdorf.
Yes, sir. May I propose a motion to defer this resolution, correct?
Yes.
Ordinance, thank you. Resolution until the next meeting.
Okay.
So that we can have ample opportunity for citizens to be notified and come to the board and make their wishes known regarding this case.
We have a motion from Alderman Bergdorf. Alderman Robertson, would you like to second that?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a second. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the motion to defer, or we're going to vote. Joe, I want to hear from the applicant.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
go
just
ahead.
wanna-
Alderman Martin.
I want to clarify that, this is not 100% because we need to talk to our partners, the Ingrams, but high probability that we will not come back.
Okay,
Now,
appreciate
we
that.
have no problem with the public, and that's what the planning commission's for. We've laid out documents and business cases and terms. We added $3.75 million. We're trying to help the city, and, it's really, if it's a no, it's a no. We're fine with that. but from what we understand, the Planning Commission is going to have a lot of public comments, and before you vote on it, I just want you to know that we're 90% not going to be back.
Thank you for that. Alderman Martin, anything else?
No.
Appreciate that. Alderman Collins.
Draw my second. I think I understand their position, and I think we need to provide some clarity. So, I mean, I know how I'm going to vote, and so I'd like to withdraw my second. Someone else might second it, but I'd like to withdraw my second.
Would anybody like to make a second to the motion to defer this? We have a second from Alderman Skidmore.
Call the question.
Anybody else wishing to speak on the motion to defer this for 2 weeks? Alderman Collins.
I'm sorry to speak again when we have so much more on the agenda, but I just want to say that I'm going to vote against deferring it because I think we're just sending it to planning. We're not approving it. It's going to come back to us again. It's not that I don't want or seek public comments, but I've been talking about this with people for 6 months, and I have plenty of input from constituents, and I think we need to, yes or no, up or down, let's go. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Alderman Collins. Jason, you ready for us? All in favor of deferring this for 2 weeks, press your green button. Those opposed, press the red one. If you would like to defer it for 2 weeks, press your green button. If you'd like to continue taking this up tonight, press the green one.
No, the red.
Did I do that wrong?
I don't know. No, I think so. I'm sorry.
Alderman Waters, the motion to defer, you would press green. We'd take it up in 2 weeks. Jason, can you reset that for us, please? Okay, so we have a motion to defer. If you want to defer this for 2 weeks, press the green button. If you want to continue consideration tonight, press the red one. So that fails 4-9. Those voting in favor, Alderman Bergdorf, Skidmore, Martin, and Goodwin. The rest of us are voting in favor. We're back on the main motion of Resolution 2024-08 as amended. Any other discussion? Alderman Martin.
First off, Jay, thank you for bringing this to us. Thank you guys for bringing it to us. I've got an amendment I wanted to make based on some language on the assignability of this lease. We've been talking about a partnership, you guys signing a 50-year lease, and the success and all of our fears, potential fears, being supported by the Ingram name because the Ingram name is behind it. Sometimes developers will get approvals for projects and sell it because it becomes very valuable. We would like to have the Ingram name continue to be behind it. So on item J, under assignment, it says license agreement is only assignable with written consent of city. That's the original. The addition of such consent cannot be unreasonably withheld or delayed without cause. I'm proposing that be struck through because the legal term reasonable is a very low threshold. And then I'd like to leave in the remaining part, during the term, the city may not use any other waste disposal options unless users are unable to accept and process the full daily amount of relevant waste streams. So that brings in the bargain for consideration for the non-assignability clause.
I'll second that.
Does that sound reasonable?
I'll second that. Any discussion on that? Does anybody need an explanation of that? Please repeat that. Okay, so go to page 256, paragraph J, where it says assignment. We're going to leave, and Alderman Martin, if I'm wrong, please jump in here. We're going to leave license agreement is only assignable with written consent of the city. We're going to strike the next sentence. Such consent cannot be unreasonably withheld or delayed without cause. The rest of the paragraph stays.
Thank you. Correct.
Okay. Alderman Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. Are the partners agreeable to this?
You guys want to speak on that?
think with Ingram being the primary leaseholder, we can't give you 100% consent that we would agree to it, but I would highly recommend that our team, for purposes of this, given that we're still, in my opinion, in the due diligence phase, that I will speak on behalf of Ingram and accept it conditional upon the rest of this coming together.
Alderman Peterson, anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Any other discussion on this amendment? Jason, you ready for us? Any need for clarification? All those in favor of the amendment, please press your green button. Those opposed, press the red one. That passes unanimously. Thank you all. Any other discussion? We now have 2 amendments. Any other discussion? We're back on Resolution 2024-08. It's been amended twice. Jason, ready for us? All those in favor of approving Resolution 2024-08 with the 2 amendments, press the green button. Those opposed, press the red one. So that fails 6-7. Those voting in favor, Alderman Peterson, Martin, Sassy, Dixon, Garten, and Collins. Those voting opposed, Bergdorf, Skidmore, Garza, myself, Alderman Goodwin, Alderman Waters, Alderman Robertson. Move on to the next item. We're on to second and final reading of Ordinance 2024-03. This is an ordinance rezoning 6.59 acres located at 240 Innovation Way, east of New Shack Island Road and south of Volunteer Drive from industrial to general commercial, and approving the Football 5 General Commercial Comprehensive Development Plan to govern the development of that property. Alderman Martin.
Yes.
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion from Alderman Martin, a second from Alderman Peterson. Alderman Martin or Peterson, do you wish to speak? I've got Alderman Robertson in the queue.
Yeah, so this is, you've already read it. There was we approved it with an exception that outdoor lighting associated with outdoor fields shall not be permitted unless an amendment to the site plan is approved by the Planning Commission.
Appreciate that. Alderman Robertson.
Ms. Locke, could you please come to the, if it's okay, I'd like to suspend the rules and ask staff a question.
Go ahead. We don't have to for staff.
Okay.
Thank you.
You heard the comments of, under citizens' comments about stormwater.
Yes.
So remind me the requirements for construction and stormwater runoff on this property.
As with all properties within the city in our MS4, development is required to mitigate increases to peak discharge for stormwater. So there are multiple ways to accomplish that, usually resulting in detention, sometimes underground detention for sites that are tight or small.
And this would be done, what, at the site approval?
Yes, that would be
process
part of the site plan
with the
process.
Planning Commission.
Yes, sir.
So can you assure this alderman and maybe this board that the concerns that were raised will be addressed and that there won't be any runoff of water that will affect adjoining properties? To the best of our ability.
Yes, the peaks, the increase in stormwater should be mitigated through the site plan approval process.
The other issue was traffic.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a possibility for a lot at that intersection, or would the state not approve since it's 2 dead ends, I guess?
It's very unlikely that a traffic signal would be warranted at that location, so they would not approve it if it's not warranted.
Okay. TDOT, yeah. And is the developer present? I'd like to ask them a question.
Without objection, we'll hear from these guys. You don't have to answer any questions, but you're welcome to, and if you do, please tell us who you are. Went okay for the last guys.
Yeah. Is that coffee on?
Alderman Robertson, go ahead.
I'm real excited about this project. I think it holds a lot of promise for our burgeoning soccer leagues that we have looking for an indoor soccer facility. So I'm excited about it if we can work out some of the details. There was first of all, we're going to have you plan on one indoor facility, correct?
Correct.
And the height of that is 35 feet or no more than 35 feet?
Not to exceed 35 feet, yes, sir.
Okay. And how many outdoor soccer fields will be added to this location?
One full-size 11v11 field, sir.
And is that going to be turf or is that going to be grass?
Turf.
It's going to be turf. Okay.
Which will have adequate draining associated with a standard field turf installation.
There was a motion at the, first of all, I don't want to do anything that would harm the possibility of this project.
Thank you for that.
And I voted for an amendment last time that I have reconsidered. And that has to do with lighting.
Yes, sir.
And so I plan to make a substitute amendment to the amendment, not to the motion, but to the amendment. I'm going to throw a lot of parliamentary stuff at you, Mayor. But my question is, would you be willing to, when and if you do lighting for the outdoor facility, commit to LED lighting?
That is our plan, actually,
LED lighting produces less light pollution and I think would be less impactful. I mean, I don't think there's any residents around this area. It's in Ward 6, but there is the church and some other businesses, and so you will agree that you would put LED lights when that time, if and when you do light the outdoor field.
Yes, sir. And if I could provide some clarification on the lighting, the field is planned. The site has a 30-foot elevation drop from where our building will be sitting, which is against Grace Place, and I believe that was the issue with spillage of the light from the field over into Grace Place. There's going to be a 30-foot elevation drop from that building, which is adjacent to Grace Place, to where our field is setting. So even at the highest point, our lights are only going to come to the base of the building.
Okay.
And the building will be between Grace Place and where our field will be setting.
Okay, so Mayor,
so the chance for spillage as well with LED is very, very minimal. If anything, it'll spill onto slightly onto the property behind us, which is I believe, a bus manufacturing or developer.
Okay.
Which already has substantial lighting on it.
So, Mayor, I would like to make a motion to amend the amendment. And maybe if we could read the amendment that was passed last time this came forward. I think Alderman Bergdorf made that amendment, and I may have seconded it, but for sure I voted for it. So I'd like to make some minor modifications of that based upon my discussions with staff and what the applicant has just said.
Okay, so Keith, I'm probably going to need you up here. Okay, so if you look on page 12, we made one amendment, but that amendment was amended. If you look on page 12, what we did was we made the change, with the exception of outdoor lighting associated with outdoor fields to not be permitted unless an amendment to the site plan is approved by the Planning Commission. And then it goes on to allow lights, but to have them turned off at 9 p.m. Now we're going to consider a change to that. Alderman Robertson, do you want to tell us what that is?
Yes. I would like to substitute those amendment and amendment to the amendment to read as follows. Move to amend the Football 5 development plan to require that outdoor lighting for sports events and parking lots be LED lighting comparable to that which is for city parks, semicolon, and to provide that games and activities requiring the use of outdoor lighting should be scheduled to end no later than 10 p.m. each night, as also comparable to city parks. And so what I'm doing is I'm using the scientific principle of what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And so these are our guidelines that our Parks Department use, so I can't see any reason for varying from what our parks And so that's the intent of this, is to mirror what the Parks Department does for outdoor soccer and ball facilities.
So do we have a second? We have a second from Alderman Goodwin. So Alderman Robertson, I think what you are asking us to do is go back to the original ordinance as it's printed on page 11 and add what you just read.
Yes, and strike the other amendment.
Totally get rid of the amendment that we
Yes.
that we passed. a couple weeks ago.
Substitute amendment.
Okay. Okay. So if you look on what page 11 has, really there's just two sections there on page 11. And then the motion to amend is to remove what we did 2 weeks ago, but add requirement of LED lights in that nothing be scheduled to end later than 10 p.m. each night. So any discussion on that? Let's go to Alderman Bergdorf.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Alderman Robertson. Appreciate it. I have a couple of I proposed the amendment because I felt like it was best for us to send all this stuff to planning, like we champion the BOMA up here, Board Mayor, Alderman, and everybody else. We want to let planning do their job. Planning knows state regs. Planning knows local light pollution regs. Planning knows federal light pollution regs. So, and there's the myriad number of lights that you can get out there for this particular piece is not in my wheelhouse. I go to Lowe's and I go blind. I don't know. So the second part is, it's not a public park. It is a private entity. I don't want to be that. I think we just need to refer it back to planning. If I may be so bold as to suggest that we leave the amendment as is. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Alderman Bergdorf. Yes. Alderman Waters.
Thank you, Mayor. On page 12, amendment to the amendment, talking about the lights to be cut off at 9 p.m. Now, I'm in that's in my ward, and I've talked to several people down there. They complained about the lights. So I'd have to amend I guess I could amend the amendment to stay at 9 p.m.?
You can. So you're saying that the use of outdoor lighting should be scheduled to end no later than 9 p.m. instead of 10 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
That's your motion. Do we have a second?
That's my motion.
We have a second from Alderman Collins.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about 9 p.m. versus 10 p.m. Any discussion on that? I just need you to raise. Okay, thank you, Alderman Collins.
The reason that I support 9 p.m. versus 10 p.m. is because I do hear complaints from people who live near the inline hockey rinks, and the rugby is also near people's homes, but the inline hockey rink is the only one, I think, with the magnitude of lights that's near a home. Drakes Creek Park, there's no homes that border it that I can think of, so they won't get. It doesn't bother anybody for the lights to be on at 10 o'clock, and I'm afraid it will bother the people at Grace Place. They're going to have little ones. I think 9 o'clock is appropriate.
Alderman Collins, thank you. Any other discussion on do we have a question for the applicant?
Yes, would the applicant like to address BOMA?
Thank you. So, thank you very much. Of course, I'm in favor of the what's good for the goose is good for the gander way of thinking. There is, as Chuck mentioned, the light spillage is going to be minimal to Grace Place because of the elevation drop, and certainly we'll test it. We will certainly test it, and generally these types of soccer fields and soccer lights, they are LED and they face down towards the field. They don't face up. The other side is, and again, I haven't spent a lot of time at this property at night, but there is a bus or an RV company that is back to it. From what I understand, those lights are on past 9 o'clock. I could be wrong, But we believe that 9 o'clock is not sufficient time to play these types of activities, and 10 o'clock is not so late that in line with what the other requirements are for similar type parks and businesses and parking lots and whatnot. So our hope is that that you would consider 10 o'clock as a fair time for the lights to come off.
Thank you. Yes, Alderman Waters.
Would you affirm that you said RV?
I think there's
Who
a
are you
bus.
referring to?
There's a company that manufactures bus.
I'm sorry?
A tour bus manufacturer is behind us.
I can't hear you.
There's a tour bus manufacturer that's behind that land, and they have a lot of very expensive buses, and it's very well lit for security reasons, probably.
I think it's on Tennessee Way. It's not on the same. It's not on the same cul-de-sac.
It butts up to the back of
It's behind it.
Yes. There it is.
I'm thinking, I can't place it.
Yeah. So Alderman Waters, on the map up here.
Okay, thank you.
So their property. Their property is right up there, and here's Celebrity Coaches here, Tennessee Way, and then the 84 Lumber, and then the Service World's over here.
Where's Grace Place?
Grace Place is, I'm not tall enough. Grace Place is right over here.
It's not where the arrow is it?
It's
Yeah, that's Grace Place right there.
I thought it was further down toward,
No. It's up.
okay.
It's up.
You're right. I see the house. I see the house. Okay.
Alderman Waters, anything else?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Robertson?
No, sir.
Appreciate that. Alderman Peterson on the amendment between 9 and 10? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Gentlemen, I think at our last meeting, March 12th, you had mentioned about planting trees.
Yes, sir.
To use as a buffer
Yes, sir.
between the properties, and that would impede any light noise that might come from these LEDs. That's correct?
That is correct, and we do not plan to address the tree issue brought up earlier. We do not plan to clear cut the area that is between us and the church.
Okay.
That will stay fully ingrown. That's not anywhere that we're planning to develop at this time.
So would the soccer lights impact this Grace Place at all?
No. And in my opinion, in my study off of soccer lighting and stadium lighting, it's typically a 30-foot height to the top of that light. There's a 30-foot elevation drop between the base of our building at the top of the hill that is aligning with Grace Place and where our field will be setting. And it is well over the distance that an LED light can travel as well, especially when pointed down at the field.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor, I don't think an hour is going to make any difference. Thank you.
Alderman Peterson, thank you. So currently we have an amendment to the amendment, and it would change the time to 9 p.m., which the last game would be scheduled to end. So any other discussion on that? We good? Okay. So all those in favor of the 9 p.m. scheduled to end time, you would press the green button. Those opposed, to go back to the other motion, which is 10 p.m., you would press the red button. So that fails 6-7. Give me a second here, Jason. Those voting against, Alderman Bergdorf, Peterson, Alderman Dixon, Goodwin, Garten, Robertson, and myself. Those voting in favor, Alderman Skidmore, Martin, Sassy, Garza, Collins, and Waters. We're back on the motion. Thank you all. We're back on the motion from Alderman Robertson, and that was to strike the amendment that we added 2 weeks ago, and go to the amendment that he added tonight, which includes LED lights, and that the last game to be scheduled to end no later than 10 p.m. with the lights going off soon afterward. Any other discussion on that amendment? All those in favor of Alderman Robertson's amendment, please press the green button. Those opposed, press the red one. Who seconded that? Thank you. Okay. That passes 8-5. Those voting against, Alderman Bergdorf, Skidmore, Martin, Sassy, and Waters. Those voting in favor, Alderman Peterson, Garza, Dixon, Goodwin, Garden, and Robertson, and myself. That passes. Thank you. So what we have right now is we have page 11 with the amendment that we just approved. That's where our discussion is at this point. Any other discussion? Alderman Garza.
Yes, just a question for you, sir. I'm not a soccer player, never have been, but I've gone to soccer games, and a lot of people go to these games, I'm assuming. Could you give me an idea of the amount of people that would be at a game?
Absolutely. We had our engineering team do an initial traffic assessment of the area, as I know that has been a hindrance for you guys at this point. From what I can gather from TDOT, it looks like that roadway is 13,951 vehicles per day. Our peak on weekdays is signifying about 65 trips at the height, which we plan to be between about the 5 and 8 o'clock time frame. And then on Saturdays, we're looking at a peak of about 209 trips with 100 in and 109 out on a Saturday, which should be when the other businesses in that area and ServPro being the only other business on that cul-de-sac.
Thank you.
Alderman Garza, thank you. Any other discussion? So we've made one amendment at this point. Oh, I'm sorry, Alderman Bergdorf.
It's a quick question.
Okay.
Thank you. Looking at the traffic issue, and I'm glad you brought that up because we're not planning, but one of the things we can suggest looking at this, is there any way for you to put another exit on this property?
From what I've seen so far, I don't think we can.
Is there any
without
way you can
impeding
partner
on-
with the bus company that's right next to you that goes out to Tennessee Way? That would alleviate a
We could
lot of.
definitely attempt that, but that's, then again, on the bus company to
Sure.
agree to that. But we more than willing to
Would
do
you
that.
look into that? Or-
Absolutely.
Yeah, I thought the same thing when we walked the grounds. When we walked the grounds, we walked back there, and I'm like, why don't we just use that road to exit off the back? And he's like, well, we don't own that road.
Well, yeah, that's true.
But that would definitely facilitate things and break it up. But you know, as Chuck said, there was another company that was looking to buy that land, Pella Windows. They were going to do a showroom and warehouse. And so they employ 10,000 people across the United States, and they average 175 people per facility. So they were going to put over 100 people in that building as well. And again, during the work week, we would have less traffic than that on the regular. Weekend, certainly a little bit more. And then with our commitment to starting a little bit later at noon on Sundays, perhaps the church traffic would have moved on by the time our folks, come in.
But if there's any way that you could consider that and actively seek that as an alternative to help alleviate Ward 1's traffic issues, I think they certainly would appreciate it.
We're more than willing to do that.
Yeah,
That's just my thoughts, but again, I'm not planning, so.
That's a great idea.
We've already agreed to shared easement access with Grace Place, and
Okay,
we have
great.
a fire easement
Yeah.
access for them as well, so we're more than willing.
Sounds
to
like you're going to be a good neighbor.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank
Trying
you.
to be.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Alderman Bergdorf, thank you. Alderman
Thank you.
Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I echo that. I appreciate you working with the neighbors and the city. And also there's pickleball courts and a gym. It's not just a soccer facility. So I wanted to clarify that. And Mayor, I'd like to suspend the rules. Is this a person back here with Tennessee United?
There are a couple of them.
And I think someone was here from Hendersonville Soccer Club. Could I ask her a question?
She doesn't look real eager to respond.
I just want to know,
But you're welcome to
does
ask.
Tennessee United support this project?
Alex
you can
or
nod
Jonathan,
your head.
do y'all want to address that? You have no obligation to. So let me repeat what the answer was, so people at home know it. So he said, Jonathan Whalen, Tennessee United, he said, we're here listening. We support a lot of things that are going on in the city, but for this project, they just want to listen to it.
Okay. Again, thank you very much.
Yep.
Appreciate that. Any other discussion? Does anybody need any clarification? So it's time to vote. We're voting on second final reading ordinance 2023-03 as amended. Those in favor press the green button. Those opposed press the red one. That passes unanimously. Thank you all.
Thank you.
So now we are on second final read ordinance 2024-05. This is an ordinance amending budget ordinance 2023-11 to reflect mid-year adjustments to the city's 2024 fiscal year budget. I so move. Second. And we have a second from Alderman Garza. As I emailed y'all yesterday, I have a three-part amendment. That since has become no, it's still a three-part amendment, isn't it? Is it four? Is it four? Yes, it is, and I know where that is now. Okay. No, it's. Okay. Okay. So. Okay. So, I'm sorry. It is a three-part amendment. We have the possibility of fourth, but I'm also getting that mixed up with the next thing that we're dealing with. So the three-part amendment is if you go to Exhibit A, which is the list of all the changes that we're making, that's going to be on page. It's after page 26. You see Exhibit A, and you have a spreadsheet there. If you go to line 12, we need to increase the FIRMA reimbursement by revenue by $210,000 for new total request of $335,000. This is going to be offset because then we're going to amend line 34 to increase the appropriations by $210,000 for new total request of $335,000. That has zero impact on the general fund because we're getting more money in from FEMA and we're spending that money. The next part of that amendment, did I hear a question? Yes. Do you want to vote on them one at a time? Do you want to do them all together or one at a time? Okay. That was almost a majority. Sure, we'll do one and two. We'll do one and two together, and we'll do one and two together. We'll go from there. Okay. So the first one is you go to line 12. It says FEMA grants. So, and that is, what we want to do is we're going to increase the revenue by $210,000, which will get us to $335,000. Then go to line 34, which is an expense line, and we're going to increase the expense by $210,000 to give us a total of $335,000. What we're doing is we know money is coming in from FEMA, and we need to spend that money. Page 34, we're going to increase it by $210,000 to get us to total request amount $335,000. We were made aware of that when? Week and a half ago. Okay. Okay. Line 34. So the change on line 34 is we're going to increase the amount of appropriation by $210,000. So instead of seeing, hold on here, you're going to see a total request amount of $335,000. Instead of $125, it's going to be $335. So that's the first part, and that's necessary because FEMA is is moving forward in providing us some money, but we need to go ahead and spend that money for some of the repairs. The second part of that amendment is go to line 17 on that spreadsheet. We have an additional donation of $1,000. So the new total is going to be $19,098. And that's on line 17. And this is actually going to have a net positive. We don't have an expense going out with that one. We're just adding $1,000 in revenue. from donations. Those are pretty simple. Any discussion on those? Any questions on those? Okay, I'll stop there. We'll go with those two. Oh, I'm sorry. Would somebody like to second that? Okay, Alderman Robertson. Any discussion on those two? Zero impact on the general, actually plus 1,000 on the general fund. Okay? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Let's look at item number 3. Okay? So item number 3, go to, here's what we're doing, item number 3. We have the opportunity to save $24,000. Look at Tamara. $25,000 on rugby lights. Our plan was to install rugby lights on one field this fiscal year, and then on the second field next fiscal year. However, Andy made some phone calls and found out that if we went ahead and did them at the same time, we would save significant money on transportation and installation costs. I don't like going into a deficit for something like this, but when it comes down to it, we can save $25,000. I can get over my qualms on that. So what we'd be doing is we'd amend line 48 to increase the revenue by $20,000 because the Civitan Club, we heard from tonight, they're willing to donate some money toward this now because they see the opportunity to have more practices at night since they have both lights. And we would add additional expense of $186,000. Again, we're adding $20,000 from Civitan in revenue. So this is going to take out of our fund balance $158,000. Any discussion on that? Oh, I need a second. Second. Okay, second from Alderman Peterson. What we're doing here is we're avoiding coming back 2 weeks and 2 weeks and 2 weeks. One of the things that we've done differently since Jesse's been here is that we make one group of amendments for the fiscal year at a time. And that way we can see the big picture of everything we're doing. Alderman Robertson.
I'm as big a supporter of rugby as there is, but I don't like red ink.
Okay.
And we've been told that the comptroller doesn't like it either. And so, can the mayor and the staff find some way to make this have a zero impact to the general fund? And I've got a suggestion if you don't.
Tam already gave me a suggestion.
Okay. All right, let's hear it.
I can't get it down to zero. I can get it down to negative $58,000. And this is how.
Okay.
In the mid-year budget, we were going to purchase the plowing equipment with a salt spreader. And that was going to cost us, two of those, 2 plows with salt spreaders. And that was going to cost us, and this was what you saw in the mid-year proposal, that was going to cost us approximately $100,000. We are probably not going to need a plow and a salt spreader in the next 3 months.
Not this summer.
I certainly hope we don't. That gets us down, if we remove those 2 items, that gets us down to being in the red by $58,515.
Well, let's keep working on it. Let me ask the question about the tree fund.
Okay.
We took $100,000 out of the tree fund to use it to help balance this budget. Can we take $58,000 more out of it?
Only to use to plant trees on our property.
Well, how did we take $100,000 out?
Who wants to do that one? Is that you, Keith? Okay. Who can answer that one? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, the tree fund, through the years, that's been paid by developments that had cut down large trees that were bigger than 10 inches in diameter, and so that's built up over the years. And then the only thing we spend that money on is trees.
So how did we do that? Alderman Robertson had a question.
Yeah.
We took $100,000 out of it to balance the budget, to balance the mid-year budget.
Yeah.
How did we do that?
Was it, Jesse needs to answer that one.
Yeah, maybe. Do you have that?
I mean, am I correct, Jesse? We did take $100,000, didn't we?
Correct. So that's going to be for trees that we were going to do as part of our landscape project. So it's going to go directly for trees that we're going to plant. So that tree bank is for new trees and new trees only. So it's an expenditure that we have, and then we pull out of that reserve to pay for that expenditure. But it's specifically just for trees.
All right. Can you think of anything else before I suggest something else? Can you think of anything else? How we can get, I mean, really, I don't want to play games here.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I'm trying to get to a balanced budget.
I do think how did the sales tax come in this month? Did we get one more month of sales tax in? Okay. We think we were conservative a little bit on the sales tax. We do expect that probably for the states shared to probably go a little bit higher, but we were conservative on that.
Okay, so.
I would love to say we could raise the sales tax by $58,000 in revenue.
Don't want to do that.
Okay.
Don't want to do that. Don't want to play with that number.
That's fine.
What about the negotiated impact fees that we are receiving in that area? What's the fund balance of those negotiated impact fees?
Yeah, I think those are pretty specific to those road improvements in that area.
Good idea.
I mean, it's parks that the residents there will more than likely use. I mean, are we limited by state law? I mean, what's the limitation?
Keith, can you come up here?
Yeah, like on those negotiated per lot fees through the years, those have been set aside for future road improvements within the area, sidewalks, roads. It could be the roundabout in front of Durham Farms, improvements to Drakes Creek Road, Anderson Lane, and things within that area, but haven't been set aside specifically for parks. The concern about that is if you get kind of outside the edges on that, then some of those developers that have paid those fees could question how we're using those funds. So, but none of those funds were set aside for, specifically for park improvements. Mm-hmm. Most every one of those were for transportation improvements within the areas.
Well, I'd like to see it, but I'd like to leave us with a balanced budget.
Okay. Let me ask a question to Tamara. This might help us move on. Tamara, do we currently have in my proposed budget, and I apologize, I can't remember this, the rugby lights for Field 2 as my proposed budget stands right now?
No, you asked me to put them on hold until we had a decision tonight.
So we can't really take them out of next year's budget because they're not in your next year's budget, right?
No, they're not included yet.
And right now we have a surplus of for next year's budget in the draft of $111.
Yeah.
So I was hoping that would help us, but not by $58,000.
Yeah, and I don't want to exacerbate that fund by, the 158 or the 58,000. I mean, I want lights, but I can't vote for a red ink.
Okay. Alderman Collins was next, but Alderman Peterson says he has a suggestion. Alderman Collins, how do you feel about that? Okay, Alderman Peterson.
Thank you, Alderman Collins. Rugby brings in a lot of tournaments, teams from out of state. They all stay in our hotels. Do we have any availability in our hotel motel tax fund?
For the current fiscal year? Yeah.
Yes.
Tamara, what do you think?
Yes.
No, not in the current fiscal year.
A lot of it is dedicated toward debt, isn't it?
Well, a portion of it's dedicated toward debt, and then the revenues are actually down because the one hotel was damaged in the tornado.
Darn weather. Alderman Peterson.
Is there a little bit in there?
No, we've been looking at that one very closely, and we're right skirting the line on that.
You want to think a little bit more, Alderman Peterson?
Okay, let me keep thinking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Alderman Collins.
I don't mean for this to sound snarky, but it's 10 o'clock, and I can't think of a nicer way to say this, but if we were doing the mid-year budget at mid-year, I might have more of a problem with it, but it's only 3 months away, and I feel like that almost presents an opportunity to do this at the same time. But I do understand it needs to come out of one budget, and I feel like the revenue is likely to get adjusted between now and the final draft of the budget, and there's still a lot moving with the next fiscal budget. And I think that you can put the money back in the general fund in the next fiscal budget. Even if it comes from the hotel tax or a combination of places, it would fit into the PIP fund. If the revenue projected for that were to change a little bit, I mean, there's a lot of opportunities to find $58,000 and replace the money in the general fund on paper 3 months from now in the next fiscal year budget. If we were really 6 months out, I might feel less comfortable with that. But since we are discussing both budgets at the same time, I feel pretty comfortable with that you can find it and put it back in the budget. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it does. So what if I did this? What if I promise that the budget you see that's proposed for me has a surplus added to the current year's surplus of at least $58,000?
That works.
It's just a promise for me.
It's just you saying you'll try.
Is that accepted under general accounting principles?
The mayor said he would try.
Well, I know.
Yeah, it's not an issue from the comptroller. We're allowed to use fund balance to balance the budget.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to save $25,000 and bring in $20,000 from Civitan. So, okay, hold on. Alderman Sassy had his light on.
Thank you. So, first of all, is this a non-operating or an operating budget line item?
It's a non-operating line item.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the end result. Yes, it's a deficit, right? But it was reducing a deficit by 191,000. So we're still reducing, even if we put the 158 into there, the deficit is still better than it was by about $40,000.
I think I'm following you. Tamara?
Is that accurate?
No, the 158,000 is taking into account what was there plus the amendment. That's how we got to the 158,000.
Say that again out.
Taking the initial total general fund deficit or amount from the mid-year budget, and then adjusting with that amendment, that's how we came to that $158,000 deficit.
Wait, so you telling me that these lights are actually going to cost us $350,000?
No, if you combine it, that's the total general fund impact with operating and non-operating combined. They're about 186,000 and some change.
Okay, well, if we're going to include them, we're showing a combined surplus of 408,000 in the operating.
No. The combined surplus and deficit, it's increasing, it's making it better by $6,938. So if you take the 186,000 that this will cost, less the 20,000 donation that's being increased revenue, and then you take the 6,923 off of that, that's where we come up with the 158,000 as the new deficit, which would replace basically that $6,900
And I'm willing
surplus.
to.
What line are you talking about here on the budget?
It's actually on the sheet that was provided last time, the fund balance sheet.
Oh, I don't have that.
It's tabled at the very top of
Yeah, I've got that.
of the page. So that's your combined surplus deficit as it stands. If you take that amendment into account with both the expenditure and the revenue side, instead of being a surplus of 6,938, it changes to a deficit of 158,515.
Okay, I'm with you now.
And I'm willing to reduce that by 100,000 by deferring the purchase of the snow plows and the salt spreaders.
Yeah, but a deferment, in my mind, isn't really a reduction. It's just putting it off to where it's gonna cost more money later on the line.
Anything else,
Yeah,
Alderman Sassy?
I tried. I can't vote for something that's gonna put us in the red. Especially when it comes to adding lights to a park. If it were something critical, I might consider it. Something that would impact our public safety, I could definitely get behind that, but I can't get behind lighting up a park and putting us in the red.
Thank you, Alderman Sassy. So Alderman Peterson, here's where I need to change my motion, and you seconded it, so I hope you'll agree with this. So this is to add a second set of lights at the rugby field, and it will take our total expense on that to $186,000. We will save roughly $25,000 by doing this right now. We will also bring in $20,000 from Civitan, who's going to donate money toward those lights. I also want to remove the total of $100,000 by not purchasing the salt spreaders and the snow plows this fiscal year. In addition to that, I will promise that because we would have a $58,000 deficit in the fiscal year we're currently in, that the budget I bring you and the surplus of the budget I bring you for next year and the surplus of the final of this year's budget will be at least $58,000 total. Alderman Peterson, are you okay with that?
I will still second that.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Bergdorf.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if anyone remembers the last big snow we had, but I had a lot of phone calls about people calling, complaining that nobody was plowing the streets or salting the streets, and they couldn't get out of their houses they felt like weeks. But I know if I got one call, I got 20, and I'm the junior alderman, and nobody knows me. So I think it's not a good idea at this point to remove any something that might be considered safety equipment or necessary equipment in our arsenal to serve the public during the snow times. Granted, it only happens once a year, maybe twice a year, but it's still very necessary. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Alderman Bergdorf.
Thank you, sir.
Any other discussion? You all ready to vote? Any need for clarification? All those in favor, press the green button. Those opposed, press the red one. We need Alderman Skidmore. Now everybody's looking at you. That's not an option.
Okay, you're gonna bring back the money, and this year's part of the budget, and next. I trust you, I know you say.
Absolutely.
You mean it.
So that passes 10-3. Those voting opposed, Alderman Bergdorf, Skidmore, and Sassy. Those voting in favor, Alderman Peterson, Martin, Garza, Dixon, Goodwin, Garden, Collins, Waters, and Robertson, and myself. Now I have another amendment that involves the senior center. And again, this is one of those things like we really need to get it done now before the end of the fiscal year. And this is what it is. We're going to appropriate funds to the senior center of $417,383, but that's going to be offset because of a CDGB grant, additional grant for $417,383, and this is for a project at the senior center. Did I do that well enough, Tamara? Thank you. So revenue neutral, going into the general fund, coming out of the general fund. Do I have a second? Second. We have a second from Alderman Dixon. Alderman Waters, go ahead.
I want to get over this, and then I got something to ask you.
Okay. Alderman Sassy.
Thank you, Mayor. These CDGB funds, have we already thank you. CDGB funds, have we received these funds yet?
We've received the award of them. Yes, we don't actually receive the money until we submit a reimbursement after the money has been spent, but we do have the confirmation that that has been awarded.
So if we don't appropriate the funds, we don't get the funds.
I can't sign checks that the board has not agreed to spend.
I mean, this is a lot of money. Can we get this done in 3 months before the end of the year?
Yeah, this is an additional phase of that project, and it's already been, the wheels are already in motion on it. It's just doing the housekeeping of making sure that it's now appropriated so that they can complete that project.
So we're expecting to receive this $417,000 before the end of the fiscal year?
It should come in. They're actually one of the quick ones, and even if the funds come in the first month or two of the next fiscal year, it gets accrued back into to this fiscal year because the expenses occurred this year.
Cool. All right. Thank you, Tamara.
Alderman Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. I am in favor of this. However, I work for CDBG, so I will have to abstain.
Thank you, Alderman Peterson. Alderman Robertson.
Is this to finish the parking lot at the senior center?
Now, this is actually finished, and the work's just about done for the HVAC system in there. And this is all COVID money that we actually received back in 2021. And so, but the project is nearing completion.
Yeah, and
parking lot's all done though.
Are we still applying for these grants in the future? I thought you said that we weren't. We were going to stop.
Yeah, everything we have with the CDBG, we're just going to be finalizing everything out, try to spend all that we can, but we're not applying for any additional funds so that it doesn't tie us to any other things.
Thank you, Keith. Thank you, Alderman Robertson. Alderman Waters, did you want to speak on this, or you want me to come back after we vote on this? Okay. Any other discussion on this last item, the grant for CDGB money for the senior center? Any other discussion? All those in favor, please press your green button. Those opposed, press the red one. We have an abstention from Alderman Peterson. The rest of us vote in favor. That's 12-0. Okay. Alderman Waters.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to 2024-14 and bring it up, swap it with 2024-04. You know, it looks like the 04 and 07 is just housekeeping, and this 14 is big. It's important.
Oh, you mean on the agenda?
And they've been here since I was here at 4 o'clock. So I think we owe them the courtesy of moving that up, and let them get up here so I can go home. Okay.
So Alderman Waters, we can't move the agenda around quite yet. As soon as we pass this or dispose of it, I'll come straight to you, and we can change the agenda. Appreciate that. Okay. So any other discussion, any other need for clarification on the items that we changed on Ordinance 2024-05? Alderman Collins.
I need to offer an amendment as well. I withdrew it last time, so that, and I think everybody knew I would bring it back up about, I want to increase paramedic pay from $3,600 currently to $6,000 so that we can be competitive and so that we can try to motivate the existing firemen to pursue that 2-year training program and become paramedics, because it's my firm belief that if a paramedic arrives on the scene of an emergency sooner, better pre-hospital care can be received, and it's a better outcome for the person with the issue. Mr. Mooney, David Mooney, who we all know, and I'm sure we all love him as much as I do, he asked me to read this letter.
A letter?
He wrote me a letter to read to you guys because he couldn't come tonight. I am David Mooney, except I'm not, and I live at 971 Cherry Grove, Hendersonville. We are located off Saundersville Road in the Millstone community. I want to encourage BOMA to vote in favor of increasing the supplemental pay for Hendersonville Fire Department members who achieve the qualification of paramedic. One of the prime responsibilities of the city is to provide for the safety of its citizens. Having well-trained paramedics in the fire department helps Hendersonville fulfill this responsibility. As I understand it, the paramedic is the highest trained medical first responder, and the city currently only has 7 of these trained personnel in the fire department. I would like to say that we actually have 8, I don't want to misrepresent. But back to his letter. When someone calls 911 with a medical emergency in Hendersonville, the ECC dispatches a Hendersonville Fire Department truck to the emergency site and a Sumner County EMS ambulance. Our firemen are trained as emergency medical technicians, EMTs, which is a lower level of medical training than a paramedic. I understand the ambulance is staffed by a paramedic and contains the more sophisticated medical equipment that a paramedic can use during an emergency. It has been my observation that the fire truck is the first unit on scene at the emergency, followed several minutes later by the ambulance. The Millstone community where I live is off Saundersville Road. The nearest fire station is 6 on Winston Hills Parkway, and the nearest fire station with an ambulance is Station 3 on Bonita Parkway. Currently, the odds are that the best trained medical technician arrives second on the scene. I'm 80 years old, have had a stroke, and currently have a pacemaker. At my age, should I have a medical emergency, time is of the essence to diagnose and stabilize my situation. By having a paramedic on the first arriving unit, it will increase my chance of survival. This increased chance of survival, of course, applies to all citizens, not just me. Therefore, I encourage BOMA to vote in favor of the resolution to increase the supplemental pay for paramedics in the Hendersonville Fire Department. My hope is that each shift at every fire station in Hendersonville has at least one paramedic assigned to that shift. I like that last sentence, but I think that's a very long-term and ambitious goal. I'm just hoping for a few more. The impact of my amendment on the mid-year budget, since we're 3 months in, is only $6,400. The impact for the next fiscal year would be $19,200, and 3 years from now, when we have one additional paramedic who has signed up for the class, it would still only amount to $21,600. So this is a very long-term goal. Even if we doubled the number of paramedics we have a lot of time to prepare for that financially, which I don't know that we would double it. That would be quite ambitious, but thank you. I hope you guys will really consider voting for this. That's it.
So we have a motion. We have a second from Alderman Garza.
Oh, I didn't get a second.
Any discussion? Yeah. Alderman Robertson.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Collins, we heard that one of the pressures for this increase is that the Gallatin Fire Department or the Gallatin Council is considering giving their paramedics $6,000. Does it not make sense to wait until they put forward their budget so that we can respond accordingly? I mean, is there not a cause and action relationship here that we wait to see what Gallatin does before we decide what to do? Because if Gallatin does more than 6,000, are we going to get in a bidding contest? You know, and so doesn't it make sense? I mean, because it's just a couple of months to wait till the budget to see what Gallatin does and then bring forward this as a motion for the budget that we'll be approving in another month for next year.
If you'd like to. Thank you, Alderman Robertson. Alderman Collins, go ahead.
Thank you, Alderman Sassy, for letting, oh, you turned your light off, never mind. It would make sense if competing with Gallatin were my primary objective. The fact that Gallatin is potentially going to raise their rate to $6,000 is it concerns me that we might lose paramedics, but my primary objective is to obtain more paramedics. And the reason, there are two reasons that I think that it should not wait. Primarily, that there's a 2-year lead time, which creates a sense of urgency. We have a grant coming up where only one paramedic signed up to go to the paramedic school. I would like to change that and get people enrolled. The school, it's not like you can just say, oh, I think I'll do that, and you start next week. There are times you can do it, and it takes 2 years. So the more time we have with the higher pay rate to get firemen talked into it, the better, in my opinion. And as far as waiting until the next fiscal year, this is such a small impact to me. I feel like it's worth it. And we are, one of the next ordinances we have is changing pay for a lot of people, a lot more money involved than this. And we're not waiting until the next budget to do that. Well, presumably, perhaps we are when we get to that part. But, I mean, we change pay at mid-year. That's not outside of precedent.
Okay, Mayor, I'll
Go ahead.
I do have a possible motion after all the discussion.
Okay.
So I'll yield the floor.
Okay, Alderman Sassy.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would have, initially I was against this. And the reason why was because I wanted us to have, because it was money we didn't have. But we just spent $158,000 to put lighting on a rugby field. This is $6,200 for public safety. I don't even know why it's a question. And maybe it's because it's 10:30 at night and I'm yeah, I didn't get my coffee. That's right. But if we're going to spend $158,000 that we don't have for lights on a rugby field, why can't we spend $6,200 on pay paramedics so we can get more, so we can be a safer city, which is our primary expectation of our citizens. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Alderman Sassy, thank you. Alderman Dixon.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. The reason that I did not support this 2 weeks ago, and the reason still I don't support this tonight, is because I feel like it should go through the Public Safety Committee as an ordinance, but I would like to get it from one of our committees that should govern this for us. So that is why I'm not supporting it for tonight. So I really do request that if this doesn't pass, to please take it back through public safety. Thank you.
Alderman Dixon, thank you. Alderman Bergdorf.
Alderman Peterson was in front of me. I'm up? Oh, my bad. Okay, thank you. I agree with Alderman Dixon regarding the process involved. I think it's a great idea to go ahead and provide our citizens with the best trained staff they can get. Number one. Number two, we need to have this vetted well through public safety personnel and to see exactly what dollar value will be the best to add to this to receive a bonus. And that will require thought and process. So and it could turn out to be more than $6,200 is what we're asking. So we just need to find the right numbers to put this in place. So I'll be voting against the amendment. Thank you.
Alderman Bergdorf, thank you. Alderman Peterson.
I'm okay, thank you.
Okay, appreciate that. Alderman Goodwin.
We did start discussing this in public safety. It is not in the form of an ordinance. We are going to try and get a little more information together. I would like to see us, support them with whatever the budget could handle. But if you would like it to come back, if it's okay with Alderman Collins, if you want to bring it back to public safety, maybe we could get something maybe in an ordinance with some more numbers, with some comparisons.
Alderman Goodwin, thank you. Alderman Collins.
It is not okay. I mean, if it fails, then yes, I would take it to public safety. But it's an adjustment to the pay schedule, which happen. You know how they say there's many ways to skin a cat. We could put forth an ordinance to change this part of the supplemental pay. That could come from public safety. It would probably also have to go to finance and then require a budget amendment. The end result is it requires a budget amendment. It's mid-year budget. This is the time to do it. We did discuss it in public safety, and frankly, I don't believe that you were there, if I recall. But Terry and I don't exactly agree on the approach on it, but we agree that we need to do something. And to me, I think this is an appropriate first step. It might not be the last step to getting us more paramedics, but my goal is to get more paramedics. That may not even be a goal for some of you. So, I mean, we could take it back to public safety and then do a budget amendment outside of the process, but you're going to have to vote on it now or for the real budget in July because it's coming back. So if you want to postpone the vote, somebody could, well, I'm not going to withdraw. I'm going to force the vote.
Alderman Collins, thank you. Nobody else in the queue to speak? Jim, you didn't want to. You want to change the agenda when we get to that point as soon as we dispose of this, right? Okay.
Sometime tonight, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Alderman Garden.
I mean, I agree that we need more paramedics, and I do want to move this forward, but I want to go through public safety and bring it back.
Appreciate that. Okay. Thank you. Alderman Robertson.
And I also want to go through finance. So, and I want to see what Gallatin, I mean, I want to get a better feel for Gallatin. I mean, I asked a couple of questions at the last meeting. You know, are we losing paramedics? And the response was, well, one, but they went to become a teacher. So we're really not losing paramedics to Williamson County or Rutherford County. But it's going to really impact me what Gallatin does. So I would prefer to, as the chairman of the finance committee, is to go through the proper committees and vet this out and to make sure we're making the right move on this. So I support the concept, but I'm just not ready. I don't have enough information right now. I'm not comfortable right now to move forward with this issue. Thank you.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, press your green button. Those opposed, press the red one. So that fails 4-9 voting in favor. Alderman Skidmore, Garza, Goodwin, and Collins voting opposed. Alderman Bergdorf, Peterson, Martin, Sassy, Dixon, Garten, Waters, Robertson, and myself. And we're back on the main motion of Ordinance 2024-05, which we've amended a couple times with some of the proposals that I brought to y'all. Any other discussion on this item? And as soon as we dispose of this, I'm going to go to Mr. Waters to, I'm sorry?
Put the vote back on the screen.
Jason, can we put the vote back on the screen? Nope. Did I read that incorrectly?
I don't know.
I saw it as 9-4. I saw it failed 9-4. Jason, let's vote again. So all those in favor of the amendment, press your green button. Those opposed, press the red one. And we'll leave it up there for a second.
What did it do?
You're going to vote again.
Again?
I think I might have voted wrong.
Oh, I got you. There we go. It fails 8-5. Those voting opposed, Alderman Bergdorf, Peterson, Martin, Dixon, Waters, Robertson. Those voting in favor, Skidmore, Garza, Goodwin, Garten, Collins, and I voted opposed.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
You voted twice, didn't you?
Thank you, Jason. I'm glad you asked now. So, any other discussion on second and final reading ordinance 2024-05 as amended? All those in favor, please press your green button. Those opposed, press your red one. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Alderman Waters.
Hello.
This require a 2/3 vote. Do you want to change the, not to add to the agenda, if you want to take up something at this point, you could make that motion, takes a majority vote. We're not changing the agenda. We are taking up something.
I'm just looking at the agenda, Mayor, and we got two. That's just housekeeping, but we got number 14 is a very important topic, and I just want to switch 14 and 4.
14.
That's my motion.
I'll second.
Which number?
Number 5 and number 3.
Number,
Let's just go to number.
go to number 5 right now. Is that what you're asking? Go to number 5 right now?
Yes, sir. If
Okay.
that's it. I'm just looking at the agenda.
Do we have a second for that? Couple choices. You can let me pause and have me look this up, or if it passes by 2/3 of vote, maybe even unanimously, you don't have to pause and let me look it up. All those in favor of taking up item number 5 at this time, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Now we're going to go on item 5. This is Resolution 2024-14. This is a resolution accepting a bid from Waste Pro of Tennessee, Inc. for the city's trash collection. Alderman Skidmore, you want to make that motion since it came from Public Works?
Yes, sir, I'll move.
We have a motion from Alderman Skidmore, a second from Alderman Martin. Alderman Waters, do you want to comment on this?
I'm still in, thank you.
Okay, appreciate that. Any discussion on Resolution 2024-14? Alderman Skidmore.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to, I know we've talked about the resolution for trash collection. We beat it to death, but I do want to let everybody know, on your desk you will find the medical exemptions for backdoor trash service. If you do not understand it, you can call you can either get in touch with me, or you can get in touch with staff at Public Works, and they'll be able to explain it to you. It is basically self-explanatory. Try to get these in. If you know people, or let them know that they could qualify for this in your social media. So want to let you know that is on the table for you this evening. We had several, believe it or not, we had several people that are companies that came through, and Waste Pro came out in the best interest for the city of Hendersonville, and we decided to go with it. They are here this evening. If you want to speak to them, we can suspend the rules and all that, but this contract is very important. So if you have a question about anything about the contract or our Waste Pro, please talk tonight, because this is it. Or speak to them, or speak to me, or speak to our city attorney, Lance Ray, or the mayor. So I want you, I'll just leave it at that, if you want to speak at all. So thank you.
Alderman Skidmore, thank you.
Yeah.
Alderman Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. May we speak to Director Locke?
Absolutely. We don't have to suspend the rules for that. She's staff.
Okay, that's perfect. And I just want to thank the Public Works Committee, Jesse, all the city staff for working diligently on this trash contract. Hi, Ms. Locke. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Was Waste Pro the lowest bidder?
For the selected service, yes.
Okay. And I have another question. People are asking me if the city could start doing our own collection. What's your opinion on that?
When we ran some calculations, it was not economically viable for us because of the startup costs associated with that.
Do you have an estimate of the startup cost?
I believe it was roughly 12 million.
And what is the annual operating cost? I know this is hypothetical, but if we wanted to offer a city trash service, what's the annual fee or the cost to the residents for that? Do you know?
The cost of what we plan to pay under this contract?
No, if the city had our own trucks
Okay.
and disposal service and things of that nature.
Do not recall for sure the annual operating cost. I believe it was in excess of our current contract costs that we're looking at.
So it would cost the
But-
city more than what Waste Pro has presented in front of us?
I believe that it would because we would have to recoup some of the initial startup cost. It would cost us more to operate it ourselves, I believe.
Okay. That's all I needed. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Alderman Peterson, thank you. Alderman
you.
Waters.
Thank you, Mayor. Y'all come on up, because I'm going to ask you a question. I apologize for y'all having to wait till 20 minutes to 11 o'clock, but
You were partly to blame, you know.
that's
I
way-
got the coffee ready. Do I need to
Coffee's
deliver?
ready. Thank you, Mayor. Speaking for myself and looking over all the bid analysis, Waste Pro is the best selection. And as I look over the overall satisfaction chart, I think our residents in Hendersonville agree with this move. I only have one, maybe two questions in regard to the meeting. And I want to refer to the included Exhibit A. I'm sure everybody's got one. And I want to go to page 20.
Alderman Waters, I hate to interrupt you because you're the last person in the world that would appreciate that. But without objection, we're going to have the people from Waste Pro come up and speak to us. Go ahead.
Do what?
You're fine. I just forgot to announce that. I just forgot to give people the opportunity to object. So you're fine now.
Ignore him and continue.
What time is it now? Okay. Where was I at?
Exhibit A.
Page 20, Exhibit A, 1.3, backdoor service. I'm going to read part of it. Backdoor service. This service will allow for containers for refuse collection to be left at the house in an accessible location on the driveway side of the house without requiring the need for entry into a fenced area under carport or inside the structure. Residence or garage, all locations. All cans must be able to be accessed individually without removal of any cans or other items in order to get to it. Now, that's I'm reading that. That's telling the residents. You're speaking to the residents now. It's what they're going to have to do in order to comply with the backdoor service.
The only question that I have is what document that is from, before I can really answer that. If that was in the RFP, or I'm not sure what that's referencing.
Sarah, can you help us?
I didn't have that.
Yeah, that was the same language that was from the existing contract and also carried over into the contract that we're evaluating now. And it helps to clarify where backdoor collection can occur so that bidders can evaluate what that might cost them.
Absolutely. That's what I said.
Yes.
That's what I read. Absolutely. That's telling me what I need to do for backdoor service. okay? Now, I want to talk about what you need to do. All lids on such containers shall be placed back on the containers as they are designed to fit and not put inside the containers. They need to be placed, they need to be removed and back where they got them. Now, in Ward 6, I guess I get 3 a week. We're backdoor service, and they take them to the street, empty them, and leave the containers right there. That's got to change. Now, I love you, and I'm glad you got the contract, but that's got to stop, okay? If on Friday in my ward, I've got the best. They do a great job. But when I read this, you're talking about what I need to do, but I'm also telling you what you need to be doing. Do you understand? I know it's late,
Yes, sir.
but am I being too harsh?
Oh, absolutely not. And I will say there are certain things that Jesse and Sarah and everybody that's been involved in this new contract that's put more language in to ensure that those things that are written, that our company does those. I think that is kind of all encompassing for a bunch of different subjects. So that would address that issue.
Good. Okay. I don't know whether you or Jesse or anybody, is that the new chart now? Jesse? Is that it? I can have 2 containers and 2 bags. So those 15 bags I've been putting out ain't gonna work. Okay. I want to be sure I understood this, okay? Let me clear up a couple of things that Alderman Robertson and I have received this past week. One of them says, a container, whether it's 1 or 2 containers, will have to be Waste Pro container, or they will not pick up the trash. Wrong. And I told the people that called me, that's wrong. And it says, and Waste Pro is not providing containers. You're not. You're not providing these containers.
I received an email from Mr. Robertson that was some of these questions, and I believe that this homeowner pulled some information from another contract where we were providing containers. So I think that was the issue there. So, I mean, the containers are provided by residents under this contract. Nothing has changed for that.
I know. I know. He sent me a copy too, and I got a copy of what you replied. I'm just telling for the record.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Because I hope they're still up and watching. But it also says number 2, Waste Pro is requiring 96-gallon containers. No, you're not, right?
We're not requiring anything. We're just following the terms that are laid out.
Okay.
In the contract.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I had, Mayor, and it's 11:15, so I'm going home.
Heck, you had 45 minutes left.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Alderman Waters. Alderman Skidmore.
Yes, thank you, and I apologize to the board for the late hour, but you know what? That's why we ran for this position. And I can remember, I was talking to somebody, I can't remember who it was, back in the day, when the alderman, we were at the old, the city hall, we didn't get out of there till 4 a.m. sometimes. And I remember, it was horrible. And it was almost daylight coming up. And, you know, that's just part of the duty that you do. And I know we sometimes get frustrated, but just work with me, people. But I do want to say this about our garbage contract. I think this contract, and I have been doing these things for a long time, these garbage contracts, and I had always had disagreements with them. But this is the first time that I think this year that I agreed with everything of the language in our contract, and that's 30 years worth of contracts. And I think we did it right, or as best as we could for everybody, for the city of Hendersonville, for the price And that's what our job is to look for the best price and the best bang for the buck for our constituency. And then the last thing is, for many, many years, the city of Hendersonville, and I know of 3 we've done, 3, we have always looked, not always, but part of the time, we've done, I know for a fact we've done this 3 times, about the city taking over the trash, but every single time it comes out, it's just way too expensive. And, you know, I think eventually, I think the way the city is growing, that may, and no offense to you guys, but that may become, if the world or the United States, if we could get a hold of where we're taking our trash a little better than we do, you may see that happen for the city of Hendersonville, where we finally, that it's taken over. But for right now, I don't foresee it coming for this town anytime real soon. So, Mayor, if there's no other, we'll go ahead and call the question. Let's vote on this.
We've got nobody else here, so nobody else wishing to speak? Let's go. All those in favor of Resolution 2024-14, this is a resolution accepting a bid from Waste Pro of Tennessee, Inc. for the city's trash collection. Press your green button. Those opposed, press the red one. That passes unanimously. Thank you all.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
Next, we have ordinance 2024-04. This is first reading of an ordinance amending Hendersonville Municipal Code, Title II, Chapter 1, Section 2 You gotta do that one next? Oh, because we switched. Ignore what I just said. Let's go to Resolution 2024-07. This is the resolution amending the job classification list and pay table because we swapped number 5 with number 3. That is item 4 under ordinances and resolutions. Do I have a motion? We have a motion from somebody to my left, Alderman Bergdorf, and a second from Alderman Martin. Any discussion on this? Yeah, we've got an amendment on this, don't we? Yeah, here we go. So if y'all will go to, we've had a change just came up in the past 2 weeks. Let's go to page. Okay. So if you go to the resolution, I believe that's page, 38. You see on the middle of the page, you've got 3 columns. One is called adding, one is called modifying, and one is labeled removing. Under adding, you have 3 different entries. I need to add a 4th, and it's heavy equipment mechanic, job code PK21, pay grade GE15, non-exempt. And I'm going to ask Jason, since he's still here, and we appreciate that very much, to explain what's going on there. But I also need to make a technical error, really just fix a typo. Go up to GIS coordinator, 2 entries above that. That should be a pay grade 20, not a pay grade 18. It doesn't change anything else. So I've got 2 parts to the amendment that I'm asking you all to approve. One is change that GIS coordinator to a pay grade 20, whereas right now on the sheet it's 18. And then we're going to add heavy equipment mechanic, job code PK21, pay grade GE15, non-exempt. I'm hoping somebody will second that.
Mayor, I'll second that.
Appreciate that. Well, nobody else would. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Alderman Skidmore. Jason, can you explain this to us?
Sure. So obviously the GIS coordinator is just a typo. When the staff report, all the salary comparisons were based off of grade 20. So that's a really easy, straightforward one. The heavy equipment mechanic, this had gone to General Committee about 6 weeks ago. In between that time, we had one of our parks mechanic went and became ASE certified. And so this is a way to retain our employees, a good way to encourage them to continue growing and developing their skills, but also a way for us to recognize that. So by adding this in, this allows us to recognize that employee for not only getting the certification, but continuing to make himself valuable to the city.
Which allows us to save some money as well as prolong the use of of a lot of our equipment, actually.
Yep.
Alderman Sassy.
Thank you, Mayor. So what is the overall financial impact now? It says the overall increase to reclassify is $41,292 in salary and benefits.
So that is with the parks mechanic, the heavy equipment mechanic already
Okay,
added
so
in.
that's already adding in
Yes.
the additional change.
Yes.
And the GIS coordinator, it's
And
already
all of the others.
was already
Mhm.
there. Okay.
Yep.
Mayor, would it be appropriate to use this forum for the change in paramedic pay to increase their grade when they receive that certification?
Do we ever increase grades without a pay study?
So are we talking increasing the grade, or are
That's
we
what he said.
talking increasing the
Supplemental pay.
The supplemental
There's
pay.
two-
The
that's two
supplemental
different
pay
things.
is actually part of our city ordinance. So you'd have to make an ordinance adjustment to change that.
Okay, so we couldn't give a grade increase with.
Not on a resolution.
Okay.
To change an ordinance, we have to use an ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate the question. Okay. Alderman Bergdorf.
Real quick, the removing GIS technician, was that a renaming or did someone leave?
So this is for JP. He's not leaving. This is promoting, if you
Okay.
will, for him, for the additional skills that he is bringing to the table.
Okay.
Yep. That's just removing it from the planning department,
Okay,
and that's
good.
part
Thank
of the
you.
structural realignment,
Wasn't
putting him with
staff
IT.
loss.
No staff
That's
loss.
fantastic. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Any other discussion? So first we need to vote on the amendment. We did have a motion and a second, is that right? Yes. My motion, Alderman Skidmore, I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, Alderman Collins.
I'm just wondering when the financial impact begins. Mid-year budget, next fiscal budget, next year.
So these are already being absorbed by the existing budget. There's no additional costs that are being required out of any of these budgets.
Right, because they're being covered by
By vacancies.
people who haven't been hired
Right.
yet. So, their paychecks will change now?
Assuming this passes, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
But Alderman Collins, it will require that their pay go up for, obviously, years, that those positions go up years in the future. Good question, thank you. Alderman Bergdorf, something else, or did I forget to?
No, I'm finished. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Okay. 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 So we've got so we've got an amendment on the floor. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That passed unanimously. Alderman Sassy, back on the main motion.
No, was going to see if we needed to extend our time.
At 11:30 we will.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Oh, 11:30.
11:30.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now we're back to the main motion, Resolution 2024-07. We did make one amendment. Any other discussion on that? All those in favor of Resolution 2024-07, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That passed unanimously. Now we're on item 3 because we flipped items 3 and item 5. This is first reading of Ordinance 2024-04, an ordinance amending Hendersonville Municipal Code Title 2, Chapter 1, Section 2-101, relative to appointing members to various boards and commissions. We have a motion from Alderman Robertson and a second from Alderman Goodwin. Is that right? Okay. Any discussion on this? We had good discussion at the committee level. Alderman Sassy.
Thank you, Mayor. Page 33. Item E, it reads, the official roster of each board and commission shall be maintained by the mayor. A copy of each roster shall be available at the city's website without member addresses, telephone numbers, email addresses, etc. I was wanting to make a change to that, and actually there's a couple changes. Putting the official roster of each board and commission shall be maintained by the mayor and made available upon request to any BOMA member. Talking about the full list instead of it being on the website where there's no phone numbers or information, but allowing BOMA to have access to those rosters.
Just use that public, I'll ask Lance. Lance, that's public record.
Yeah.
I couldn't withhold it if I wanted to today. Okay.
Where is it on here?
It's, so, page 33E.
Oh, E, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just really referring that that you're maintaining the roster, but that doesn't mean that you have all the information. The information is usually
I see.
not only public, but I think we might put it on our website. Did we do that?
We do some, we withhold some information, some we put out there. And Annette, you're actually, I'm sorry, Annette, you're right here. Annette and Tamara, y'all hold that information as well, don't you? As a city recorder?
Well,
It's in the share, it's in our share.
Okay, okay. Okay. Alderman Sass, is that addressed, or do you still want to make a motion?
So do we have access to that folder?
Y'all don't have access to the folder, but pretty much about 100 people in City Hall do.
Okay, so I'm just making the motion that be made available to us upon request.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so Alderman Ray, excuse me, City Attorney Ray, state law says it's available, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's would be subject to, well, I think that's subject to the open records requests.
So we would have to file a records request in order to get it?
No.
No, you just call me up and ask for it.
Well, and that's what the point of this is, just to clarify that, because it doesn't say that in here.
Are you wanting the roster of the members, or with their addresses and telephone numbers and email addresses? Is that, which one are we
Yeah,
speaking about?
the full roster of the members of those boards as needed. Yeah, with all their contact information, because the website will not post that contact information.
What if you just said the official roster of each board and commission shall be maintained by the mayor and available to the board of mayor and aldermen?
Can I do that?
I mean, that's basically what I said, yeah.
Sorry.
Who made the second?
I did.
Okay, Alderman Martin, you seem to be shaking your head. You okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Did you get that? By the mayor and available to the alderman. Okay. Alderman Sassy, you want to vote on that one, or you want to, you said you had some other changes?
Yeah, I did have one more change, but it's already been seconded, so can I make
Yeah,
this
and then we'll
other?
just turn to Michael and see if he's okay with it.
Okay, so this other change that I had was in section 2, number 4. It says every December in even numbered years, but the new aldermen don't take office until January. Is that correct?
No, December?
No.
Oh,
they do
November, end of November, you're right, end of November.
Okay.
Yeah, almost immediately.
Oh, okay. Then strike that. So yeah, just the one amendment then.
Okay, any clarification or discussion on that? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passed unanimously. Now we're back on the main motion. And this is ordinance 2024-04.
I do have one more question.
Go ahead.
So, what happens if a member vacates in the middle of their term?
That's addressed.
It doesn't, it just says, when a member whose term has expired or board commission, the member shall be allowed to serve until his successor is appointed. But what if they just decide, they've got a medical emergency or something, they just leave? Do we have to wait until the next quarter to appoint another member, or?
So I think that's item 7.
Number 7. Grounds for removal?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, the appointed member's seat has been vacated.
so they would have to miss 3 out of 6 meetings, and they would have to have left their seat, and then you would add them to that quarterly list. Is that my understanding?
So if they make us aware that they've moved, or we find out, then that seat has been vacated.
Yeah.
And so then we would move at that point to fill their seat in what's explained up above.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on this? We're back on the main motion of ordinance 2024-04. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passed unanimously. Now we're on to item 6, I believe. Okay. This is Resolution 2024-15, a resolution to apply for a SAFER grant through the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Alderman Goodwin? So we have a motion from Alderman Goodwin. Do we have a second? We have a second from Alderman Collins. Alderman
me
Goodwin,
off.
go ahead.
This came through public safety a couple of weeks ago. We are in favor of getting them some firemen.
Appreciate that. Alderman Collins, did you want to speak?
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead. Thank you, Alderman Goodwin.
I wouldn't.
I would like to say that it seems to me that with the new firehouse coming online, or you can tell I'm not from here, fire station coming online soon, that 12 firemen seems really appropriate to me, given that we just got the PIP fund going with the sales tax increase. I don't think anything that is a reduction in service, or it could even be perceived as a reduction in services, is going to go over very well. We need to maintain what we have and use the same staffing levels for the new fire station and bring on 12, and we would have 3 years to prepare for that expense. And I'm not saying it's not a big expense or that it won't be difficult, but I feel like that's what we need to do. So I would like it to be 12. I guess I can't remember how this reads. Do I have to make an amendment for that?
You do. Right now, we don't have a number in there.
We don't, yeah, I would like to make an amendment to make it 12.
Okay. Jesse, did I say that correctly? Okay. Tamara, am I reading that correctly?
What page am I even supposed to be on?
Okay. So we've got a motion that this grant application would be for 12 firefighters. Do we have a second?
We have to pick a number, right?
If there's no second, I've got a motion.
Alderman Collins, do you want to continue?
Oh, there's no second.
Okay.
So,
I've got Alderman Dixon next.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Alderman
No,
Dixon.
I'll be glad to hear what
Okay.
Alderman Robertson has to say.
Alderman Robertson.
I was at the committee meeting, public safety, and they came up with the number 6. 6 additional firemen, so I will move to hire 6 additional firemen as what the committee came to agreement with on that night. So I'll move to recommend for the SAFER grant 6 employees.
We've got a motion from Alderman Robertson and a second from Alderman Dixon.
Do what?
Alderman Dixon, go ahead.
Thank you. Eddie, since you championed this new fire station, can you remember the discussion? I think it was 2 years ago we talked about that we had an overage and we probably did not need to look. I think we were talking about the same grant back then, that we didn't need to hire at that time. So what has changed? Can somebody talk to me about that? Was that not what we discussed?
I don't recall that discussion. I went back and looked at the previous grant, SAFER grant.
Yeah.
And that was in 2018, and they hired how many?
I believe it's 12. Chief, was it 12? Was it? How many? You want to come up here and help us out?
I've got it right.
We applied for 12.
No, 19. They hired 19 according to Ordinance 2018-39. I don't recall that conversation. What I have done is I did some calculations, because the minimum that the standard that the FD has proposed, the minimum standard is 3 employees per unit. If we go to 6 employees, that will give us 9 employees per unit. So I believe with 9 employees, I mean, it's going to be tough on fire department with the vacation, the sick, the Kelly days, but I think it's appropriate for us to ask them to try to manage with 6. But I don't recall the conversation, Alderman Dixon, about agreeing that there was an overage.
Well, and maybe Chief Bush does remember, but I think it failed, and it maybe wasn't the SAFER grant. It may have been a different grant, but I think we were looking for 3 at that time. So are we looking at close to $1 million a year when we come off this grant?
No, 6 firefighters will be $600,000 a year.
Okay.
And that's a lot of money.
With benefits.
In 3 years from now, but I'm hopeful, come on Costco, I'm hopefully that, you know, that we'll have enough money to fund that. I do believe that 6 is a good number. That's what Public Safety Committee recommended. And so that's why I'm comfortable with that number.
Okay. Thank you, Alderman Robertson. Alderman Dixon, do you have a question for the fire chief?
What grant?
The
did you ask
last
for
time
a
we
couple
came
years?
before the board asking permission to apply for a grant, we were denied.
That's what I thought.
We never had any number discussed, no
I thought it
nothing.
was
We were
3.
denied even before to get to the process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. Alderman Goodwin.
Don't go anywhere. I just wanted to correct one thing that Alderman Roberson said. It's not 9 per unit. It's maybe 9 per fire hall. Is that where he got the 9? But it's not 9 per unit.
I mean, yeah, I'm not sure where that number came from. So you have to remember we have 3 shifts. So if you give us 6 folks for the SAFER grant, that'll be 2 people per shift. So we'll add 2 people to different companies, which may increase that from, like Station 4, when we promoted or created the battalion chief's spot, we did not backfill for those. So the first 3 would go to Station 4, so there would be a minimum of 4 staffing there, and then we'd have 1 more group of 3 to put somewhere else. So 1 more person per shift would go to a different station. The Kelly days are really, really difficult for people that don't live in our world. Those are forced days off based on our 27-day work cycle to prevent paying overtime. And so those slots are given. I've got April here in front of me, the whole entire month of April. And every day on all 3 shifts has 2 people off on Kelly days. And so again, based on your number of people off, based on training, based on injuries, based on somebody having a baby, whatever the issue may be, we have 5 vacancies right now. So we're 3 in the hole. The fire academy is only twice a year, late August, early February. So really we're kind of in a holding pattern if folks don't come to us with requirements or have standards. We're not just going to turn folks loose on a piece of equipment without adequate training. I know you guys know that. And so 10 weeks out from August 28th is going to put us in November. That'll be before we even can put these folks on companies unless they apply for jobs with qualifications.
Alderman Robertson.
The numbers that I'm using, the staff prepared. And so I asked them to provide the employees per unit, and the employees per unit would be the employees per apparatus.
Yeah.
Apparatus. And so I asked for 3, 6, 9, 12, and 15. And if we increase it by 3, it would equate to 4 employees per apparatus. Okay. And again, the minimum is 3 that we at least want to ensure. If we go to 6, it would be 4.11, and that would equate to 10 spare firefighters that management would be able to use to disperse as needed to fill in vacancies and so forth. So it's not ideal, I know. I know that the fire department would like to have 15, but I just don't think that I want to encumber future BOMA members either 1.2 million or 1.5 million for 12 and 15. The most I could support would be 6. That's not as many as they would like, I understand. But we have to balance our needs. I have a great desire for us to address problems with the police department as well. And so I'm comfortable with 6. After 3 years, that's $600,000 that we'll have to find in the budget to pay. And so we're just going to depend on the good management skills of our chief and battalion heads to try to manage this. And at times, Chief, you might have to take the firefighter that we have in the parks out and I know you're already doing that, So I know it's not what you desire, but it's all that I feel that I'm willing to support, understanding in 3 years what the burden would be on our taxpayers. I think that we can cover. I hope that we can cover with 6. That's all, Mayor.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. Alderman Goodwin, I sort of cut you off there. Did you have anything else?
Wanted to correct the apparatus. I see where he got his 9, and I just wanted to make sure he didn't think we had 9 per apparatus.
Okay, appreciate that. Alderman Garden.
So if we approve, let's say we approve 6 this year, we can still apply next year for more. Is that correct? Or is this a once in a
No, we can. As you know, we obviously seek out every opportunity to apply for grants. So if the opportunity is there now, of course, on the federal level, they're already talking about making cuts to this. But who knows what that's going to look like, but we will have the opportunity to apply, correct?
Okay.
Every year unless they do away with that.
Okay. Because I would like to see somewhere in 6 to 9. So, I would support 6 today. If we could come back, give it a year, come back and see, do we want to add 3 more, whatever number that ends up being. And then that also kind of helps stagger, after 3 years, when that 4th year hits and we actually have to make that payroll, it staggers that out. So we'll make 6 in year 4, and then if we ask for 3 more or 6 more to get to year 12, at least it staggers it somewhat. So I definitely would support 6.
So the rules could change too, so like
Chief, I got to cut you off. We got to move. I'm sorry about that. So we might come back to you. Alderman Garten, anything else?
That's all.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor, I'm sorry. Alderman Bergdorf.
Sorry, I'll be real quick.
Okay.
Just wanted to ask if this SAFER grant has any restrictions on seasoned or new firefighters.
Sorry, Chief, I need you back.
Sorry. I'm assuming no.
So here's
Can
what
you
we
answer
have.
that?
So here's what we have, y'all. We have to be finished at 11:30, otherwise we have to take a vote to continue. It has to be a 2/3 vote. Okay, so Chief, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
So if I understand your question correctly, you're asking if there's any restrictions?
Yes, sir.
As far as who we hire?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
So they can come to us with training. If they meet our requirements and our in-house stuff,
Okay.
then we can
Just
roll
wanna
them
make
out on
sure
the
we weren't
company.
pigeonholed.
No,
at
sir.
that point. Thank you.
Alderman Bergdorf, anything else?
No, sir.
Thank you, Chief. Alderman Collins.
I just want to point out that the 6, only getting 6 puts us at 3 per apparatus, if I'm doing the math right in my head. And we're 3 is the minimum, but 4 is the preferred standard, and 3 is like the legal minimum. So, I'll vote for 6 if we can't get 9. And the way this is structured, we either pass or fail at 6, right?
Oh, right now, yes. If this fails, we have the opportunity for someone on the prevailing side to bring it back and ask for more or less. Alderman Collins, anything else?
No.
Appreciate that. Any other discussion? So we have the amendment to add in here, and this would be to add in their wording that it would be a grant for 6 new employees. Jason, you ready for us? All those in favor of the amendment, please press the green button. Those opposed, press the red one. Who are we missing? Alderman Collins, Alderman Garten. So that passes 12-1 with Alderman Bergdorf voting opposed. Now we're back on the main motion. Thank you, Jason. Any discussion? So we made the amendment that we would apply for this grant for 6 positions. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. Do I understand that to have passed unanimously? Thank you all. We're next, thank you, Chief. Next, we have 2 appointments that we're voting on as a group, and that's the appointment of Don Ames to Municipal Board of Zoning Appeals and Ty J to the Municipal Zoning Appeals. Both of those are reappointments. I need a motion, please. We have a motion from Alderman Goodwin, a second from Alderman Peterson. Any discussion on those? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. Those 2 pass unanimously. Next, we have brief committee reports. Chairman Skidmore, Public Works.
No report.
Thank you, Chairman Skidmore. Next, we have our Bowman report from our COO.
Oh yeah, distinguished guest all the way out from California. My father, David Eckenroth, is here. My mom and dad are here, so taught me everything I know.
Glad to see you, my good friend.
Budget schedule. We did our first workshop tonight. We will issue a budget schedule for the remainder of the year to everyone. Tamara will be sending that out tomorrow, so the majority of our budget committees will happen in April, and we will have budget workshop in May, and we'll have the budget come before BOMA in May. As we discussed today, property tax and sales tax are our 2 major revenues. Property tax is being held flat in the budget. And just for comparison purposes, we collected 99% of the prior year property tax, and this year we're at 96% of property tax collection for the year. We will have a deer herd committee update in April. That will take a good chunk of time at our meeting to give everyone some information, and we'll probably record it and clip it. So if you guys have folks who are asking you about deer, we'll have a little clip you can send to them. Tamara's going to come up Casey's going to come up, our public information officer, and give us a schedule and just kind of touch base on what we're going to do with trash collection, with communication with that, and with the Old Shackle realignment.
I'll talk quick because I know we're ready to go. So just to kind of reiterate, I know we talked about the communication plan last meeting. The first of those communications has been mailed out. Hopefully it'll be hitting mailboxes by the end of this week. The Standard ran their article from information we sent them this past week. The website is live. Jason has it pulled up there. We have an extensive list of FAQs. We will continue to add to that list as we get more questions from residents that maybe aren't covered there. And there is a way that they can submit questions online if they're not found in their FAQs. The waiver is on there as well as many other things that they can look, and including the first communication that was mailed. So if someone wanted to look at it in advance before it came in their mailbox, they could do that there. So this page will continue to just be a big resource, and we will add to it as additional communications go out. The next thing we'll be working on is a video that will be something in more depth that can kind of show them, and we'll talk through what the trash is going to look like. I've also been meeting with Waste Pro communication team to make sure that we are on the same page, that the communications are clear. Residents will get one more mailing from us. They will also get a mailing from Waste Pro, in addition to some can tags that they're going to use before we transition, as well as some compliance things after the fact. So again, hopefully that residents will see this 1,000 different ways, and we will have all their questions answered as best we can. So the first mailing is already in the works. Hopefully it'll be in mailboxes by the end of the week. So
Into this week?
yes, sir. Let's hope so. If the mail does right, it should be there. The other thing is staff has been meeting to discuss the big project that got brought up by a resident earlier today in comments about the Walton Ferry Old Shackle realignment. That project is still planned to go to bid this summer. They're saying hopefully by end of August it will be bid, with able to start construction by the end of the year. We know this will be a huge project with big implications for businesses and residents in the area, so we will also be working on a communication plan on how we will address that with both businesses and residents as we get more information and it becomes a little bit more clear.
Thank you, Casey. Jesse?
If the change in our trash contract this year goes smoother than the last time you guys remember, you can be sure to give Sarah and our public information officer an attaboy for all the work that they're doing on it. We really appreciate it. Almost done. If you would pull up the slide, Jason. So today, the parks put on a special program. The Easter Bunny visited Mary's Magical Place. So here's some pictures of some folks out there today at Mary's Magical Place doing an egg hunt out there. So really neat to see what the Parks Department does every day out here and the people utilizing Mary's Magical Place. So really cool event. And then, yeah, I think that was Andy in the bunny suit there.
Doesn't have a cap on.
Anyway, Andy, please be sure to thank your team for all the work that they do. Much appreciated. Last night there was an awards banquet here, actually in this room, and it was for folks who had made a significant contribution to our park system. So I'm just going to read through their names. It was Tom Battle, Alan Huffman, Tom Pomeroy, Corey Turner, Ken Becker, Mike Pike, Anthony Stratton, and our very own Keith Bruce. So these are folks who have spent significant time, money, and years dedicated to our park system, most of it on a volunteer basis. So if you guys are watching, thank you for what you do. Appreciate it, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Jesse. Any questions for our COO? Alderman Peterson.
Thank you. Jesse, page 77, it looks like police calls are increasing. Is it possible to break down these calls and what they are? I know people are concerned, what types of crime is in the city. I would just like to know what these calls are, if there's a way to.
We do. We categorize them. We condense this information so you guys can digest it because it's still, multiple pages from all the metrics that we have. But we do have that. We have fire calls. We have police calls. We're actually now tracking how many arrests we make based on LPR cameras. And so we have all that data in the background. So if there's something specific that you would like, let me know. I can email BOMA a breakdown of what the last month was, but we're trying to make that kind of a summary report.
I see.
So it doesn't get really granular, but I can send you a copy of that month's report broken down.
Thank you.
Alderman Robertson.
It's broken down in the annual report that the police do. So if you want, the breakdown by year, it's in the report they just put out.
We also have it by month too, so we can give it to you either way.
Any other questions for our COO? We have a motion to adjourn from Alderman Goodwin. We have a second from Alderman Dixon. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. That's unanimous.